I love this video of the duck. Look how happy that duck is. So happy he took a shit now.
You know, I've seen these kind of marks in the tomatoes before.
Yeah, this looks like a really cool duck.
I just threw a couple away.
I think he meant the previous video.
Yeah, the previous video. Smart ass.
That's amazing. He doesn't move, isn't it?
Okay, now somebody. I guess I would have to link the stream for people to know that.
Damn, look at this blue jay.
I'm just taking a video now.
Oh, are you?
Yeah.
Too bad they're motherfuckers.
This is amazing. He doesn't move.
YouTube makes it almost impossible to find the link to your live stream posted around. So,
No.
oh, I found
I think
it.
that blue jay's
Impossible
gonna
to
be
find the
Amazing.
link to your live stream posted around. So.
No.
Oh, I found
that
it.
blue jay-
Yeah, I don't know. We posted on Twitter, maybe not. Who knows? Oh, I found it. Yeah, I don't know. We posted on.
That's a big blue jay, damn. That's a big boy.
And you haven't seen him before?
No.
Really?
Oh, I should open the stream on a separate window on my separate
This
laptop.
guy's funny.
Dude, you are
He's
amazing.
got an attitude.
See, I like that color.
Just to see.
Look at him.
Blue jay's
He's a
pissed.
fat one, too.
Yeah. Sure, he doesn't care. He'll go anywhere to eat. Cardboard.
I can't even focus on him. It's so close.
Amazing.
What am I even showing right now? I'm just showing this page.
Now he's picking at the gourds. He's not doing a very good job.
The video is a bit too loud. Does anybody checking the stream for like volume and shit like that?
1 second.
No, I've never seen this.
I can't even mute
I'm
myself.
recording the whole time.
Tomato. You don't want the cardboard. Look at that.
Sound seems good.
Alright.
You alright, buddy?
Oh, there he goes.
Take that out of there. Take that old box out. Throw that out. That's amazing. Look at that. You cold now?
Alright, sorry, I was away. We already started?
No.
Not just yet.
The volume levels are a bit fucked for me. I have Canteen at like 200% and you're not very loud still. Yeah, it's better to have Discord minimized for this shit. Just gonna be confusing.
Incoming!
Incoming!
Oh shit. It's remastered.
Oh, what?
It was like digitally like
Oh, damn.
upscaled with an AI. It's not
Rocks.
actually.
Whoa, it's like I'm actually going up the hill now.
Did somebody tweet out the Ultramarines thing?
It doesn't look great actually.
Said it before, said it again, gonna say it every time. Dumbest fucking tactical squad in existence.
They succeeded in the end. Now it's like fucking showing.
That
I disagree.
if I was that
I disagree.
if I was that Dreadnought, I'd be so pissed. Probably like an 800-year-old veteran and you get blown up like that.
Okay, close all this shit.
Ah, they got plenty.
Literally getting shot to death by orcs. Orcs. Can't shoot for shit.
Okay, Twitter.
Yeah!
Yeah.
And this is Canteen's favorite chapter.
Yeah, don't they lie about like a relic about like
There
the
seriously should be like a Warhammer 40k movie, and it just has zero pacing. It's just 100% climax.
Oh yeah, don't they at relic kind of lie about like yeah, we lost the original copies. We don't know how to redo this. Or not lie, maybe they actually do, but like that's pretty embarrassing, man.
Well, they went out of business for a reason.
Well, they're not out of business. They're making games.
THQ?
Not
The guy who
TH,
made...
not THQ
Oh.
Relic.
I thought Relic went under.
Relic, no, they like making. They made Dawn of War 3, and they made fucking. It was shit. So they're making Age of Empires 4.
Huh.
It's kind of funny how shit the original one on the right looks.
I think they have a good quality one because I think Blur made this. I remember reading. Oh no, like when I look. Dawn of War intro. I think it's still in 480p or whatever, but it's.
His refinery is gone. I just if I should tag him in the original tweet where it's like we're watching this. Whatever, I'll do it anyway. I don't care. Oh, you already did it. Okay, sorry. Then I'll delete mine.
You want keep your one up as well. More people will see it, I think. I can never get the tone of it right.
Is that the guy crashing into the thing in the cave?
Yeah.
I guess I'm just gonna use my phone to add shit to this because like I can't do this all at the same time. But I should have the fucking stream thing on the left. Why am I? All the concurrent viewers are like us. I fucking hate that shit so much. It's like, don't count that. Don't fucking count that. This game, I was very negative on this game before I played a lot of it when it came out first, but damn, it's fucking a trip. I fucking love it. Amazing.
I was the first time I played it, I was like, what the fuck? Why isn't it like Dawn of War 1? But now it's like, it's so good.
Just the fact that like how it tells the story of like the Blood Ravens and stuff is so fucking cool.
Oh my god. Sorry, just.
Because you
Never
like
saw that?
you can never like you never really see that. You see it in novels, books, and shit, and like side material, like how cool the Space Marines are, whatever. Like, but never really delve that much into like just a singular chapter and like follow through their story and struggles and stuff, and like them solving their problems. Like, oh, they're accused of being heretics and stuff, and like with the Blood Ravens, you kind of do throughout these like this trilogy of games. It's so fucking cool. I love them so much. I mean, that's the best thing in video games is like I think when they do that shit where like it's better when like like get introduced to new characters, and over like several games, you kind of like grow to love them, and they become like mainstay characters, and like, but like the characters at first don't know each other, but then like it's a natural progression of like you and the main characters like getting to know each other at the same pace, and that's like such a rewarding like cool experience, as opposed to like some fucking other thing just throwing like 50 different characters at you, like, oh, this is Inquisitor gay retard.
Okay, I'm gonna put the movie in at the end after this.
It keeps saying this shit about like how my bitrate is either too high or too low every fucking time, no matter what I do.
I shall hone my craft.
Look, it's Vladislav Bekinski.
I really like how hard it is to find any of his work, like specifically because they're all untitled. He never gave any of his shit
Yeah.
names.
They called this the little fella. Should we watch Stardust now, or like maybe later after the movie? Because
I think after.
Yeah, okay.
Harrison?
Too bad this game sucked.
Yeah.
In the midst
Yeah.
of battle.
It was like, I was so hyped to play this game. And then I saw it and I'm like,
Honestly, I saw like that, like it's not like Dawn of War 2, and I wasn't hyped because like it's like I don't like the type of RTS that Dawn of War 1 is. Sorry, gamers.
disagree. This trailer was so fucking cool. Look at him, he's
Oh.
smiling.
He's just like me.
Trying to make history,
I shall have no
but who's to judge the right from wrong? When all is down, we both agree. Violence breeds violence. How do I set the... Okay, I gotta stop complaining like this. It's fucking annoying on everybody, I think. It keeps telling me that the... Like, the bitrate is too high, but then on Twitch it was saying the bitrate was like too low.
Finally show your faces. Have you mastered your fear at last? We know no fear.
Oh, brother.
Make sure to turn off the 720p.
Make sure to never talk to me again now.
This movie came out in like what, 09? How old is this now? Aramid, like the fucking bulletproof vest?
This is so weird that it was made by Welsh people. What an odd
It
choice.
was?
A lot of shit in the UK is made by Welsh people. Like, I think most of the production crew on Doctor Who is like Welsh. Very weird.
That's an interesting fact that has me going, well, shit.
Now you're... I can't fucking hate Kraid.
It's offensive.
I like how this, the helmet UI for this Imperial Fist is just like that 4chan image of like the cluttered UI in game.
I like how they just kind of ripped the fucking one from Dark Crusade intro, the Necron one. Completely off.
Every Space Marine has a fingerless glove meter.
Oh, it's John Hurt.
In the grim darkness
That
of the
guy's
far
familiar,
future,
right?
there
Yeah.
is only war.
John Hurt.
They got very good actors for this
Yeah,
piece of shit.
for all the bad stuff about this, voice acting, soundtrack, perfect.
On the fringes of the Imperium, alien races lurk and plot.
How many times have they
Is
gonna
this
say
the one I've watched
Crag?
100 times and I can't remember watching it a single time?
Yeah, but now we are seriously commenting on it, critiquing
Whoa,
it, picking it
it's
apart.
the 4th or 5th edition
They are
Space
steel
Marine,
and they are
Ultramarine Codex art.
They
Badass.
are the champions of mankind.
I can even turn off the fucking bitrate, you fucking hog. Do you like that, YouTube? Can you stop yelling at me?
This is actually Canteen's favorite chapter. Can you fucking believe that?
Canteen, is this true? Because then I
Canteen,
can't fucking believe it.
Is this fucking you?
Wait, look, the art, it's the Battle for McCrag from the old Space Marine Codex.
Yep.
This song is kinda cool.
Yeah, this is fucking great.
I've got a Battle from the Crag box.
Look, it's the Warhammer!
It is the Warhammer. That is very funny, like... No data.
Fucking Galmaraz.
Are we watching this again?
Yeah.
Yes!
We're commenting on it, we're doing a stream, we're on a stream, Gremlin.
We're doing a
We're on a stream, we're on a stream.
Oh, we're on a stream, we're on a stream? Okay.
We're on a stream.
Galmaraz.
My tea's hot. Sorry, I inhaled a bunch of water when I burnt my tongue.
This is something they kind of get right, but also fuck up. Like, they are fast, they're very quick, but they're also clumsy.
Astartes gets it. Like that's the pinnacle. I feel like.
Yeah, by far.
Yeah, Astartes is like clunky, not clumsy, I guess. Like they are sort of restricted in their movements, but they're like.
It's a perfect representation of what an Astartes should be.
You fight well,
They're as good as you can get. I wouldn't describe it as clunky. I describe it as, I guess, methodical.
Hefty.
Hefty, yeah.
Yeah.
I meant clunky as in like, because they're kind of stuck in the armor.
Also, the designs of the Ultramarines, each individual armor is cool, because it's like, these aren't just like fucking conscripts given the same uniform. These are like 1,000-year-old suits, and they're all individualized.
You mustn't be steel.
Yeah.
You must be doomed.
Individually crafted.
You must
On a
use
craft board.
everything you've got.
Shut up.
I mean,
Like those truckers
Crap,
who mod their own
world.
trucks.
Fucking Craft World.
can you believe this? Craft mac and cheese.
This clown.
It's where they make the mac and cheese. Right?
You clown.
Mars is where they make the mac and cheese.
Quit goofing off.
Of going into combat
Hey, it's Galmaraz.
as Ultramarines.
Galmaran.
I prefer Gal.
Godot.
A joke about that lady.
It's Gal Gadot.
Gal Gadot
Yeah.
would be a sister of Battle, wouldn't she?
It is cool that Gal Gadot just can't speak English.
Kalel, no!
She just doesn't do it
it
well.
is-
Hand me the stone.
Kenty, did you do something to this copy where the Warhammer texture looked way better than it ever
No,
did
it's,
before?
I think they put in more detail because they knew it's the Warhammer.
It is the Warhammer.
Okay, first Cinema Sin, they said they're going into battle for the first time. Then why is there a sergeant there? Sergeants need 50 years experience first.
I mean, all these guys are like different ranks and shit.
Also, that for the first time, that means, oh, you've been a scout for 15 years. It's not like, oh, we just
Scouts
picked you up.
are
and
Yeah,
put
they
you in
like
the
yeah they treat her like rookies, and even though like yeah that is a thing in the lore of it, and then like they're
Whoa.
all different ranks for like no reason, like they like yeah it's yeah.
Yeah, it's like, okay, they've gone straight to the highest rank of like the baseline Marines. It goes Scout. Oh, the fucking Volta shell.
Kill the heretic.
Yeah, it goes Scout, Devastator, Assault, Tactical, and they're just all tacticals.
Yeah, tactical's like the last.
Sorry, none of this shit exists anymore. Sorry, it's the infiltrators, the in build raiders, and the,
Streamer is capping.
The Build-A-Bears.
whatever the fuck the new
Oh,
Marines
they're never
are.
gonna get rid of like the baseline. They can try.
Whatever the new Marines are.
They're just primaries. They're probably just gonna make them primaries.
I know what the primaries are. I'm just trying like the intercessor, whatever. Like I don't know what the.
The only one that's a replacement for the Scout is the Reaver, which is the guys with the skull masks.
Those
They
guys
go-
are cool.
It goes Recruit, Reaver, and then any one of the Primaris units.
Yeah. I saw that they're gonna like. One of the models are like heavy intercessors. So just intercessors and Gravis armor, which is like.
One second,
Well,
I just have to go back really quick.
Then it's like, well, what the
What the fuck
fuck?
is this Virgin Walk he's doing?
He never had sex. Literally, none of them ever had sex. Some of them might have. Like how the recruiting works. Like some of them actually did have the opportunity probably to have sex.
A real one this time?
Maybe Baron, if the Emperor is smiling on us.
Pray that he is. My belly growls for its
Not a plasma gun in sight. Hate to see it.
One of them has one. Somebody gets his like head blown up in a like a hole in it during this. I thought.
Scrap the glory first.
So eager to die. Glory is a two-edged blade.
Are you shying away from combats, Python?
I think the movie might be a bit too quiet.
You novices are all alike,
Yeah.
and I'm the one who has to put you back together.
And I can't really like adjust
It
it
isn't
that much.
combat, it's the thirst for glory that gets men cut to ribbons.
Also, it's the point is that we're talking over it. Who cares about the
You
movie?
all look so very
Is there subtitles? No.
and I do not doubt
No.
the fire
I couldn't find any.
parts. But
They'll
you do not yet
read
know
it.
war as I do.
They'll read the script.
Respect.
I don't think any like we have any viewers actually. It's just all it's 3 viewers and it's all
They'll
of you
watch.
guys.
They'll watch the VOD.
It's us
I know.
looking at
Just
the
don't do this.
window.
I'll actually like leave this one up because yeah.
War is not about glory.
It's evidence that we exist.
War is about victory. Looks like you're going to get your fight after all.
We talked about it before when we watched this, but it is funny like how Dan Abnett wrote this, but like this is before like everybody fucking hated the Ultramarines in the setting, and they like don't have any type of like special personality or anything. So it is just like we'll march for McRog and we're the heroes or whatever. Like it doesn't have any of the cool like Horus Heresy era like
Yeah, this
theoretical, fucking practical, like any of that shit. Like these like fucking
A really small
battle-
Thunderhawk.
These like battle autists or whatever that makes them cool.
this came out like a year before No Fear. The book
Fuck.
that salvaged the entire chapter's reputation.
Yeah, and then some. They made him cool, dude.
Is there no sound on this? Audio fucking bitrate is 0, it says.
This came out in 2010.
I can still hear sound.
The wings of the Quilla
That feels more than a decade ago.
protects.
I mean, it was.
No, like, you know what I fucking mean. This feels like ancient.
Yeah,
I
Feels like
just
20
played-
years ago, man.
I just played the Gundam game that looks better than this on
Yeah.
the PS2.
Came out in 2003.
This is unacceptable that this shit was like made and funded by the fucking UK government.
Hey, you know what? You know
I don't
what? I'm starting
understand.
to think that Wales has something coming to him.
I don't understand why they decided, oh, let's just leave the strike cruiser this disgusting ground color. It's an ultramarine strike cruiser, it should be blue.
This backwater is called Mithra. There is only one significant
Put your fucking helmets on.
An
They
imperial
look like
shrine
shit.
guarded by a detachment
That's the other thing, they look like shit.
from our
Huh?
final chapter.
Testing.
Imperial fists.
Yep.
Captain Severus, do they respond to our
Come
astral
through.
baths?
No hypax, they do not. However, an emergency beacon is still transmitted.
Well then, someone's still alive, Captain.
Beacon, Brother Proteus, may be on board.
Okay, I can confirm my voice picks up, your guys' voice does pick up, so everything's fine and dandy. I don't know why fucking YouTube keeps giving me these stupid suggestions.
Data says 100 battle brothers.
These Ultramarines sure are a mouthy bunch.
And we are just a dozen strong.
They sure.
Yeah, they keep making little faces at each other.
They all look the same.
This one belongs to us.
An entire company to this planet to defend a book.
Never would happen.
Yeah, that's one of the funniest things about this movie is like they send out an entire company. They send out the second company, which is all like the heroes.
Their best company.
Not the Ultramarines, the Imperial Fists that are defending the planet. It's an entire company of Marines to defend a book.
Well, never mind. Yeah, they don't send down. Sorry, an entire company, the Ultramarines. They do send down their captain, the captain of
Yeah.
the second company, which is like their most like strong, capable company, and this no-name captain who just fucking dies. He just gets possessed by a demon and he just like fucking dies like a dumb fucking sack of shit.
I don't know why you have a company of Imperial Fists defending a book, not like they can read it. Heyo! Get it?
No.
Because they're dumb?
Unfortunately, I don't get it.
You don't get a lot of things, but you're gonna catch this beating I'm about to give you.
I just assumed that thing moving across the ceiling was a big old like junkyard magnet to pick up each individual Marine. Like they're in a hangar.
No, there's a giant claw that comes and picks them up.
This
Yeah, that's how
That-
they get into formation.
that shot looks nice. Like that shot of them. I guess I could rewind this because this like they wouldn't fuck with the stream at all.
Set us down here.
Like I guess they do go back to that same shot. So, well, what am I doing? Whatever. The one in the like the sandstorm
Sorta.
that's like brown. It does look like pretty cool, which means that this company is like not completely like without merit or like they like talentless, but they can't have animated faces for like shit, and they shouldn't have done this.
Yeah, maybe their demo reel was a lot of environmentals.
we don't need
and
to
they're
see
just
their
like,
faces.
yeah, that's good.
I don't want Space Marines to look at their faces. I want them to see the armor and how cool they look. in
Instead
the
of a
armor.
servitor, they have this weird like tray thing that projects this thing to you.
Set us down here.
Yeah, that shot is kind of cool. I think that's what they sold this movie with. Like, look what we can do, and the rest of it is this.
Yeah, everything else about the movie, actually.
Now I know I've been paying attention this time, and I'm still not able to
Nothing's happening.
keep track of anything because it's dull as shit. I mean, like I followed the battle they had, the mock battle at the beginning.
Hey, you want an update? Yeah, they're walking.
Oh, gee, I can't imagine why this never sticks with me.
They're walking to the gas station, get some snacks.
They gotta pick up another can of gas.
Captain's gonna get a
There's
Slim
the
Jim.
gas from the chaos gas.
Yeah.
What kind of snacks are they getting from the gas station, guys? Beef jerky.
Yeah, they'd love their jerky, wouldn't they? They're pragmatic.
Are they gonna snap into a Slim Jim?
They're gonna snap into several Slim Jims.
Yeah, they're gonna take 12 Slim Jims.
Guy's gonna be like, dude, I want a Snickers, but I want a hazelnut Snickers.
Okay, biggest fucking gripe in the movie. You sending the sergeant in the land speeder. Fuck off. Please, fuck off.
Yeah.
Well, he's the
Kill
most
your-
experienced soldier, so he would know what's up. He would be good at scouting the area, and they're sure.
Yeah, his
They're
stats are the highest.
They're sure.
Also, the fucking premise that these
They're
are tank marines and they're inexperienced is bullshit.
They're sure that he would keep himself safe since he has like a red helmet.
This is like the most retarded group of space marines I've ever seen.
They know that he's
Again,
the most experienced
inexperienced
soldier.
TAC marine. TAC marines are like, we already said, scout, devastator, assault, then tactical marine. Become a tactical marine because you're good at everything. Mind
I was just gonna say they're gonna go to the gas station and a Chaos Space Marine's gonna pull up and be like, "Have you got that new biofuel?"
The new biodiesel they've been rolling out.
Yeah.
The horse heresy happened because someone took the last hot dog on the hot dog roller.
That just reminded me how fucking OP.
Hey man, those things are good.
I just reminded me how OP this land speeders are in Sanctus Rage. The game is not bad, but it's like fucking has the fucking a snail space.
I've never
really
eaten
good.
a gas station hot dog, but I have had a gas station taquito, and those are pretty fucking good.
Gas station sushi.
Nah, you gotta go hot dogs.
No, but the sushi they sell at some of the grocery stores is bad enough to be called gas station
I've had
sushi.
Jewel sushi. That's like a grocery store chain around here. It's awful.
I like how
Like,
that guy's
2
UI
weeks
just
old,
said
fresh from
courage and
the-
honor.
Yeah.
Basically,
Yeah,
That's
it
the
might be
weapon,
the same
basically.
stuff.
probably. Probably comes from the same factory.
Yeah, I know in the past few years, like some of them will have the salmon on top, and it went from being maybe 1.5 inches wide to being like 1 inch max, little square, just minimizing the maximum amount of material that costs any money.
We've said this
because they
before.
rather fill it with imitation crab and cucumber.
Oh yeah.
You said this
That
before.
imitation
One of the
crab.
biggest gripes is like the bolter size is just a tiny bit too big.
Yeah.
Hey, it's Candy's favorite character, the sergeant.
My gripe about the designs is that
Why does he have a
looks
red helmet?
pretty good,
Why
but
would in
they're
here?
using shapes that look good on a
Oh
model.
wait.
You
Yeah,
scale
they
it up
did.
to the full size of a person. It looks super simplified. Like the jetpack, whatever the fuck that is in the back, those balls.
It appears to like his pauldrons seem to have been scaled down from what they are in the miniature to be in proportion with what you expect from a marine.
I
But the
wanna
bolter definitely
keep
has
out of
it.
the
God.
director.
I think
The
scaling is important because again, some things look better on a miniature. Like
the
exactly
scaling
Yeah.
the scaling always changes with like every single thing. Like the scaling is never the same as the miniatures. It changes in the video games to a lesser degree. It changes in like animations and everything. That's not really like I think a thing they could be blamed for, but it does look.
Oh no, I
stupid.
mean like they got it right on the Marines. They didn't get it right on the bolters. Like the bolters are like in the proportions you'd expect in the miniatures. Is what I feel like it is.
The bolters aren't as big as you think. On the
Isn't
miniature.
this isn't I forget this pocket area? Isn't he based or some shit?
Yeah, it's kind of big.
It's-
All the buffer areas are.
Yeah, they kind of
No,
cool.
no,
Yeah,
they're kind of cringe. If you ask me.
no, you're kind of a subversive Jew.
What?
Damn it, we can't use any of the
He did say it.
I like how the land speeder comes back on its own without a driver. But the driver's dead.
Oh, the driver's there. He's just fading in with the blue.
No, but
He's
I mean.
camouflaged.
Oh, he's still alive at this point.
I
The
fucking.
helmet's red, so you know that aim is red.
I tell you what, right now, you give me a knife, I can kill all these Marines.
Yeah, they're like 2 inches tall.
They're fucking stupid.
What a cool.
Stupid
Yeah, I can step on
motherfucker.
What's cool about the pocket areas is like that they like their mission is not just to like do with the mission or whatever. They have to retrieve the gene seed no matter what. So they're like just some of the most like hard ass fucking.
Oh, they're
guys
badass
around.
motherfuckers. They're some of the best fighters. At all costs, no matter what. That means if you gotta kill like 1,000,000 fucking dudes, that's what he's doing.
Also, like don't
Throw
like
a
this
gene
like
seed into the sun.
I don't like this scoot walk he does here. It looks stupid.
I remember there's a cool moment in one of the Tau books where like it's one of the first battles they have with Space Marines, and like one of the main characters in like a battle suit sees an apothecary like trying to gather up gene seed. He just has like huge holes punched through his chest, his arms gone, his legs hanging off, and he just like lets him continue gathering the gene seed because he like kind of respects how determined he is, even though he's like dying.
I don't want. I'm not angry or anything. I don't want to be rude, but can we like not interrupt a lot each other? Because I'm just fucking makes my head hurt.
Yeah.
Okay.
Command is mine. I will not tolerate links.
I find it weird that they made his visor green in this.
They all have different colored visors. The main Marine guy's visor is gold. For some
Really?
reason. And like
Whoa.
sometimes it's inconsistent. They keep changing like green, red, blue.
For cinematic purposes.
I wonder where I could post this where like it would be bringing a lot more. It's not like I cared about the viewers that much. I just kind of want to like people to see it.
Oh, I forgot to retweet.
Damn, these Imperial Guardsmen got it rough.
They're the heroes of the story. They're the most badass guys. Actually deserve the statue for how fucking gay they are.
Alright. Settle down.
I like the Imperial guards, the Imperial heroes. The Imperial guards, I always like them. It's just like the over fetishization of that faction is fucking annoying, and I do think Space Marines are cooler.
Yeah. Well, Space Marines are undoubtedly cooler. Imperial Guard, they're cool. But, I mean, Space Marines.
Imperial Heroes is like the name they would have, like knockoff ones.
Battle
I got a
means
knockoff
10,000.
history right here.
10 million.
Imperial anti-heroes.
I always forget how half of this movie is just them walking.
Don't remind
Yeah,
me.
just the half.
It really is.
I mean, that's why we have
Just like Lord of the Rings.
Devastator Marine based. Rest
They
in
managed-
peace,
Like
you
that.
no longer exist.
Yeah,
They managed to do like the what do you call it, fan film illness of like just people walking around, except in the 3D movie where they could do anything they want.
They
It's
walk through a golf course.
fucking hilarious that we said it yesterday. The same guy who like Dan Abnett wrote this and Know No Fear at the same time. That's like one of the funniest things. It's like the best thing ever written about the Ultramarines. And then like
yeah.
this shit.
Oh, wait, the bit's coming up where you can see that Imperial Fist's fucked up texture where it's just been stretched.
Yeah, it's like around his arms and stuff.
Like his
Oh, man, you got me
armpit.
excited.
His armpit, like when he's crucified. Look at it!
Oh, I hate it.
Desecration.
Well, they desecrated him. That's how it happens.
They desecrated his textures.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's warp magic.
That's how. That's how you know they're bad.
It would be a waste of this
If you ask me, these guys don't have enough weathering done on them.
If you ask me, these fisties deserve this for being such fucking annoying cunts.
You know, I think the
Imperial
textures
Fists
just
have
need
their
more
moments.
edge highlighting.
The Imperial Fists have some really cool successor chapters.
Weird choice to go with the Imperial Fists, like
Yeah, that too.
armor, like was like the Aquila on it was like a weird like black painted on thing instead of the red or bronze.
Isn't it both?
Some of them. One of the companies is just like black shoulders and black.
I'm yelling.
Aquila.
I think am I yelling too much? I feel like just like you guys are talking and the movie's on, so like I just feel like
It's a loud movie, you're fine.
I have to overpower it.
You can overpower a space marine, can you?
I could.
A fucking wood bridge is holding all these guys up.
Yeah, it's strong rope.
God damn. That rules.
See, Space Marines is making me stronger.
Are they dead?
Oh.
What the fuck happened?
I never got what the Chaos Cultists get out of any of this, unless they're slaves.
What do you mean, the cultists?
Like as like a slave, I get it, because they have like entire planets of slaves and stuff, and they like raise them on ships and stuff and breed slaves to be like stronger space marines, and the failed ones like end up being just like chaos cultists and servants. But who like in their right mind like just joins them and like subjects themselves to this shit? It's always like weird to me.
Maybe they get tricked.
I mean, that's mostly Chaos's deal, is that they get tricked for like, yeah.
This is just a fantasy wizard's tower.
Yeah, that's I was fucking exactly what I wanted to say. That they like, did they like just wanted to make something else and like they reused this fantasy wizard tower from it?
Yeah, okay. I genuinely think I've said it before. This must have been like a narrative
Somebody's
game.
D&D campaign.
Yeah, it's like they use like a D&D board, like a big D&D board, like the wooden bridge and the wizard's tower, but they just put like space marines in it.
Oh,
and they're like,
it's the fucking wizard.
It's like this slow-mo.
Hey, that's also a very cool shot of the underside of the land speeder. What a great, brilliant shot.
Damn, how far ahead are you guys?
Watch the side view, guys.
Oh, that's why they showed them the underside. It was Chekhov's gun. You don't show the underside of land speeder unless someone's gonna take cover.
Oh look, it's the dumb animals that are shooting at them.
The guys that go.
Like little kitty cats.
Come on! The captain ordered us to hold position! The captain is in trouble! Let's hold fast!
Now, when I see this scene, what really comes to mind is they looked like some kind of Black Legion.
The guys, some of these guys might be like, that's rare, but like some of them might be 10,000 years old, and this is what they act like. It's like,
I think they deliberately used like just like the shittiest guys for this plan, getting a demon on Macrog.
when faced with a space marine about to shoot you, just like do like, hey, and, like raise your arm up. Brilliant.
When's Dark Tide coming out?
You see, you can't tell, but this is actually the bolter shell that did the job, the one that he carved onto. So it was worth it.
Oh damn.
Fucking Action Essentials are fucking Explosion with no bloom.
It's Andrew Kramer.
We know our enemy, but we know no fear.
That's right. Uh huh.
This guy's face texture looks like when like you like make homemade fried chicken and leave it too long in the fridge. And you take it out and it's like too like soggy and shit. That's what it
always
looks
a
like.
tragedy. Man, this is the worst tac squad ever. You already got
We'll say
3,
that
4
happened.
people dead already. What the fuck?
If that happens to your chicken, put it in the oven, like the broiler setting, and just flip it every time.
Oh, somebody left the stream.
Oh
Only
yeah, it comes right back to normal.
only 2 viewers now instead of 3. Somebody didn't like that.
Well, I think I'm technically one of the viewers, so.
Shut up.
Wait. Oh no, I closed it down, so.
So, I
Should be
wonder
good.
if how could I make that work?
God damn, some of the faces in this are just brutal. One of these space marines has a fucking Scooby-Doo rubber raggy expression.
I think. But somebody went on camera, but it wasn't us. Or some of you could go on camera, and it doubles the views apparently. That's a rules. That people say is a thing.
What, like having someone like on camera.
You're having a face cam.
You don't have to.
This is very quiet, this video file.
Jojo, you're a supermodel. You have to preserve your looks.
I was half joking. I think all the viewers are us.
We're just a couple guys hanging out. Preserve your looks. Having
I
a
was
ball.
half joking. I think all the viewers are us.
No, a couple dudes having fun, hanging out.
Sucking dick.
We're just a
Yeah,
couple guys
that's a
sucking
type of
dick.
having fun.
Having
I
a
was
ball.
half
Well,
joking. I think all the viewers are us.
the type of fun I'm having is watching these space marines walk to a gas station at the end of the street.
The Ultramar gas station.
And what are they doing at the gas station, guys?
They're buying snacks.
Refineries, where's your nearest Ultramar
Yeah, they're
gas?
buying snacks, alright.
My nearest what?
Your
Alright,
nearest Ultramar gas station.
Not that far.
Go there.
Well, by foot it's about 50 minutes.
The
But
captain.
it's 24 hour.
The captain is going to buy a cheddar-filled, hot dog off the roller. It's the last one. It's not that good. It's kind of, I mean, hot dogs you can kind of tell it's like kind of stale. Not going to be that good, but
Well, it might be old, but it will still ooze cheese.
throw some ketchup on that. Some gas station dill pickle relish, which is not bad.
The sexiest sentence I've ever heard.
It'll still
And-
be, that gas station hot dog is oozing.
Okay, we're watching the movie.
Alright,
They're gonna do the jump.
Oh shit!
No way. No way.
It's animated so well.
I would. Next.
Get the fucking athletes here.
Next one is father. Let me show you how it is done.
Think they'll make it.
He's doing fucking parkour.
Watch this.
Well. Oh man, effortless. Right into the next one.
How do you do the Streamlab thing?
They didn't even bother to put, like, bricks exactly where he gripped on.
Oh, man, the final tweening of him from one side to the other. It's real good.
Whoa.
This is the fucking thing from Game of Thrones, the last season, that ended up doing like making no sense and contributing to like nothing.
They copied it, didn't they?
What happened to those Imperial fists, man? They're on the wall.
Nobody cares about that.
What? They have one of the
Also-
best successor chapters, the Crimson Fist.
All of the
They're
Chaos
looking a
Space,
bit like a failure chapter right now.
all of the Chaos Space Marine models, they didn't have time to make them look as good as the Ultramarine ones, so they're just Ultramarine models stripped of texture and like detail and painted black.
I like how the Crimson Fists are just like, it's Pablo. It's me. I'm the Mexican Marine.
Yeah. One of their guys is literally named Carlos, but he's like badass. They're really cool. They fuck up orcs all the time.
Damn, that's very unique to Space Marines.
After getting fucked up by orcs themselves. They're cool, shut up. Shut up. Is your chapter master named Pedro? I don't think so.
I think the stream might be a bit choppy, and I'm not sure why. It sometimes gets choppy, but I don't care. It's like not enough viewers to justify. Justify.
Ripping someone's head off. Okay, now this does look like the introduction to like a game level or something.
I'm gonna boost our viewers just opening up a bunch of like different tabs.
What is the guy with the flamethrower doing?
I was just about to ask that.
He has ADHD.
I can sympathize with that, but just turn it on.
Yeah, it's cool.
Why do you remember you get the flashlight when you get the flamethrower
You
too?
wouldn't understand.
It's two lights.
Like I do.
I understand more than you know.
I understand it very clearly.
Yeah,
Oh shit, tracking shot.
pretty light.
Half this Discord or more has ADD.
Oh shit, we're about to get first person like in the Doom movie, dude. Keep
Does
going.
that add a lot to people's days?
Thank you.
Just one of those days.
Could have just sent Sly Marbo in, dude.
That's
Wait,
Did you see that liquid physics coming out of his head?
Yeah.
I like
I just
his
wanna
like
come
his
back to that line really quick.
his head was fucking blown apart into pieces. Head wound.
Head wound. Oh, they can recover him, I'm sure.
Just like a head, like a guy with the half of his head missing. Head wound. Fatal.
It's perfectly descriptive.
It's a fucking demon prince.
Of the demon to stop so it can yell at them after it was noticed.
Vultures are
Doing
bit
that, it's not
crushed.
working.
Well, this is not how a demon prince would act.
Everyone, you have to turn your volume up to full.
It's
Shut
just
the
so
fuck
loud.
up.
We don't know if he's a demon prince. He could
Looks
be.
like one.
Well, he could be just a demon.
It was so confusing. It was like, does he have active camouflage? And it was just a shitty reflection.
Wait, they were shooting at a statue that was already there? I think I remember getting confused by that shot before.
I hate this movie. What
This is so disorienting.
so suddenly so fucking loud. I can't hear anything. Gremlin, like... You're very quiet.
Oh, okay. Am I?
I
Am
turned
I?
you up.
Sound fine to me.
Am I very quiet? How quiet am I?
I can't believe the captain died and we'll never see him
Oh
again.
my fucking
Yeah.
god in heaven! We're just 40 minutes into this shit.
Yeah, halfway, baby.
Oh fuck!
It
It feels
gets
like
better,
3
don't worry.
hours. I know it gets better.
Oh, I have more tea.
More tea.
You guys love not wearing their helmets.
I like how they like went with the idea that like they're gonna take their helmets off a bunch in this to like make them distinct characters, but then like they
They
just
look
all look
exactly
yeah, look exactly the same.
Yeah.
This guy's like Captain just died. His other buddies died, and he's like, ah, well, nevertheless.
I say we go back. So you'll know this. It's all toast. There is a chance it's not.
Do these guys know no fear?
No fear.
They don't know shit actually.
And we shall know no fear.
What could I have said for this?
They were probably told like, okay, we need to design like Gothic architecture, but they were just okay, wizard castle, got it.
How do I go back to the fucking streamer mode?
Not far off the mark. TBH. The fuck?
In the name of the Emperor, identify yourself. Karnak. Chaplain of the Imperial Fists. How many are you? This is Nidon.
I'm just one guy.
Well, Nidon. That's what any more?
I think
He
the
has
engravings on the skull are cool. That's about all
He
I
has
can
too
say.
many studs on his shoulder.
Yeah.
Yeah? Yeah, he does. There's way too many fucking studs.
Yeah, this is a shoulder pad from the Boris Heresy.
This guy is too much of a stud, if you ask me.
Damn, nice cottage you got there, dude.
He's got.
This is so bizarre.
This is a building.
Is this the Wizard's Tower?
This is a building that's meant to be protecting a book that was written by the Emperor himself. Just this stupid little hut.
But
It's stronger than it looks.
Yeah. Do you know how? Do you know how strong the winds are up there?
Hey, how about you read the book? It's made by.
No.
If it was written by the Emperor, it could probably tell you something good.
No.
You think
Probably
of
got
that,
some really good
dipshit?
life advice in there.
No, we just gotta protect it.
We dropped down to 1 viewers.
Is it you?
The guy looks like mustard.
You look like a piece of mustard.
I just saw his yellow suit and his wrinkly tuna fish face.
Tuna fish face.
Like the meat, not the fish. I had some tuna earlier and it just, I don't know, made me think of him.
It's affecting you.
Yeah, it was in the fridge for one whole day after opening.
No, not like the fact that it's like old or anything. It's just like it has an effect on you.
Oh, the tuna permeates
The
me.
tuna itself is affecting you.
This place is way larger than the place they were at. the start of this.
Humans ate all the rest of the buildings. This is the only one they couldn't eat.
All I know is that we must get this sacred.
I gotta get a coffee or I'll fucking fall asleep to the shit.
I think a lot of us are gonna fall asleep to this. I'm almost ready for bed.
I need to
Hey,
start
hey,
having-
hey guys, I gotta wrap myself up in a blanket because I'm so fucking scared and I have to have a flashlight under the blanket.
Ooh, I'm scared.
Yeah, this is kind of fucking spooky.
Oh, oh,
Oh, this
You
little
know, he
baby
read the
scared.
book. Is he gonna be okay?
He's so like skulky. He like
yeah, these are
skulks
some real
everywhere.
emo fucking Ultramarines.
Well, they're Imperial Fists.
Imperial Fists really don't get emo. They're more like just pissed.
Everything has a purpose, Proteus. So the Emperor.
I wonder what this Emperor guy's deal is.
Yeah, why does he need 1,000 sacrifices a day? What
shut
about
up.
me?
You
Why don't
shut
I
the
get
hell up.
1,000 sacrifices a day?
You shut
huh?
the heck up.
I'm just wondering what this Emperor guy's deal is. You know, what's his problem?
What's his major malfunction?
That's when Mum tells me to chuck out cardboard boxes. I say to her, "Everything has a purpose, so the Emperor ordains."
Fuck. What's that one? We were watching this Warhammer YouTuber guy. He's like, "Holy Throne" or something.
Ugh.
That's every Warhammer YouTuber.
Oh no.
They just can't stop themselves.
That's a bit much.
A bit?
A bit.
A bit
Yeah.
much. Only a bit.
Holy Feth, guys, by the throne.
Ugh.
Yeah, that was a good one. Even when I was reading Gaunt's Ghost, I'm like, yeah, I don't want Feth to catch on at all. I can tell you
In
right
No
now.
In No
Sorry.
Fear, it's a lot better because they say fug, F-U-G.
Yeah. See, that's
Makes me think of Spurdo.
your favorite guy. What would Spurdo do in this situation? I think he'd have some solutions.
He'd be like, oh, fug.
Fug.
And I think I was reading a passage or something in one of the books where it's like, yeah, the Catholics or something, which makes sense, sort of. Oh, great, more walking, cool.
Derek, where's the commander sending us any fucking air support? They don't swear like that, but I fucking hate. Oh my god. Speaking of the best boys, the most beautiful boys, how they've been darn dirty so much.
Okay, well, here's the
Oh.
thing. Black Legion is made up of every different
Yeah,
kind
different
of trait.
war bands. They're technically they have nothing to do with the
So
fucking Sons of Horus.
Sons of
That's
Horus.
kind of like
Just like,
you can just join.
this is probably just like some like vat-grown, corner-line
Yeah.
berserker. But like, okay, I'm gonna throw these guys away so I can get my demon on board the ship.
I've completely embraced at this point, like not just the Luna Wolves, but did I pause it? Not just the Luna Wolves, but the Sons of Horus fanness of me. Like I love both of them, even the traders. They're so fucking cool. But they're my favorite Legion chapter, whatever.
JoJo's
Will never
favorite
change.
Legion is the Emperor's Children.
And then I'd say on the same level as like Ultramarines are cool.
Man, I'll tell you who was really cool. Fucking the Loyalist Emperor's Children guys are pretty cool. Salt Harvitz, to name one.
Just the whole the writing shit with like how they write the Emperor, Am I talking over anything important? I don't know.
No.
Is he gonna? He's gonna show his like stupid like Crozies that doesn't make any sense though right now. So I might not wanna talk over this.
The incredibly loud battle scene is about to start.
Which one?
So yeah, basically just like the whole like the chapters in like those movie books were like even Loken, the best, most noble, one of the most noble space marines ever to like exist, is just like when like oh it's like seems like Horse is gonna die and they're like rushing him to like the to be saved by like the medics and stuff. He just fucking tramples all over like civilians, killing like hundreds, and he's like, "Oh, that's like a dark past. Like I remember this forever in my life, as like one of the darkest moments of my life." But it's still like, yeah, he just did it without like a second thought, and it's so funny to me. And like those chapters exploring kind of like the whole idea of like how they're like meta humans. They're like not actually human. They're like how much stronger they are. Like their like
Holy
relationship,
shit, why is it so loud?
how like regular space marines can just basically like take somebody like some like regular human civilian's head and just like pop it like a fucking balloon without any thought, and then like that whole thing is like so cool in those books. Like they're like exploring the kind of the dynamics of those.
The power dynamic of having super soldiers.
Yeah, that's like
I love how these guys look.
Yeah.
I was thinking about this scene, right? For the longest time we thought, oh, what the fuck, they made the chaplain a librarian? But in a few minutes, he asks him, is the Crozius ready? But he said it needs more time. So I think he's not a librarian, it's just some sort of magical Crozius.
Yeah. Even though he's
I've never heard of Crozius doing that, and I'm an expert on the matter.
even though he's a fucking chaplain,
Yeah.
even though it has like the armor of a chaplain, is clearly meant to be a chaplain.
Yeah.
Don't poke holes.
Let people enjoy things. Let the many people who enjoy this movie enjoy things.
They're killing a lot of these Black Legion guys.
Whoa.
Oh, that guy got fucked up.
Oh!
Well, that sucks.
I fear no death, for the Emperor will protect me.
I like the new lore on it. Kind of like they finally kind of explained what happened to the souls of like the loyal Astartes humans and loyal Imperial citizens and everything after they die. Because originally it was this like edgy fucking grimdark answer where like, oh, they get like consumed by chaos immediately and whatever. Oh, this scene. I made a scene of this where this explodes and the explosion like transitions into the Dawn of War intro like almost framed perfectly, but like I like lost the file and I don't know what happened to it. Oh, but what I was saying
Did
is
you share it with us before?
Hmm?
Did you share it?
No,
Someone just
I
took
didn't
a photo of
upload
the
it.
fireplace and just put it behind.
Like one of those fireplace shows.
Oh yeah, but like I
Yeah.
wasn't finished with the yeah. It's like how like the people who are like kind of like faithful to the Emperor are like their souls who like really are faithful get saved and like are near his side in the warp and like get like a psychic protection from him basically. So there is like not every single like in the Warhammer universe, not every single like the 40k universe, not every single person who dies goes to like, oh, their souls are gonna be eaten by whatever, which is like cooler. This
Oh,
is
the captain's back?
This is like the only cool fight scene in the whole thing, and then it's revealed, oh no, he was just a demon.
He's just doing this for fun as a demon.
Yeah, I mean he's a demon of corn. He loves it.
Oh, the captain?
Yeah, the captain gets like after he falls off that cliff, he gets possessed by the demon from the book.
Look at those really cool looking explosions. Alright guys, power through, we're almost there.
The Emperor protects. It sounds trustworthy.
Yeah. He does, like in the new lore, like that used to be like a kind of like a ironic, like grim dark thing of like the Emperor protects and he's like corpse on a throne. But now like he's been like powered up so much by the side, like how kind of like not magic but like psychic energy works in the Warhammer universe. It's like it powered like the 10,000 years of like prayer to him powered him up so much that it does help. Like it's like he is like powerful like that, like a god.
Doesn't he like? Didn't they change?
For my grandfather, he's too powerful.
Directly intervenes and like grants
Also, it's
people.
like
Yeah.
really cool. Like
Yeah, that's a
aren't they-
recent thing that he like intervenes through like saints and stuff, and he
Yeah.
just can like manifest himself on the battlefield now.
Aren't
Like
they gonna like? Aren't they like I guess gearing up for the psychic awakening of the human race?
That's already over.
The psychic awakening was like a long running like, just like a story, not even a storyline, but like just
It was just a way to introduce the new rules for all the factions.
yeah, it wasn't
okay,
a big deal.
I should have seen that coming from.
Okay, wait. I never noticed this before. Look at how bad the quality of that Aquila is on the
Oh
side
my
of the
god,
ship.
that's not even on the Aquila. It's like they fucked it up. Like the fucking graphics design guy was like, put
They didn't
the
finish-
Aquila on it, and he didn't know what it looked like.
It looks like a symbol for like Batman if he was like a moth, but you couldn't call him Northman because that's a thing. But like, yeah,
Graphic design is my passion.
This game wants me to replay a game, and the only person in here is Canteen who might know what it is.
What game?
But guess it. Guess it.
Space.
Space Marine.
No.
Defensive.
Oh, definitely.
Yes.
Deathwing? Really? Why?
That thing rocks.
Is it good now? Is it fucking playable?
No, it's not. It is. I mean, no. We figured it out with Canteen. I figured it out, and I'm the smart one. No, but like
I agree. I wasn't gonna
the
dispute
only
that.
way
I'll tell
to,
you one thing though. I wanted to play Deathwing so fucking.
if
bad.
you want to have fun with that thing, the only way to actually actually have fun with it and be it's like a great game if you have like. You have to use cheat engine to unlock every single like cosmetic item and every single ability thing, because otherwise it's unplayable. Because a lot of the abilities are like essential and they just like they don't give it to you until like very later on. So like
yeah.
you unlock every cosmetic thing, every weapon, and every like everything, and then equip the like shit like. There's a guide on it, but like it's like, oh, the swarm exploding damage only does like half of a quarter of the damage instead of like fucking like 80% or whatever, and it makes the game like not only playable but it's very fun when it like you get together with like 4 guys and like start playing it. Might start playing it right now actually. I'll reinstall it. You have
This
to
guy-
game it.
This guy looks like a fucked up dog.
A chaplain being a demon, it just doesn't check out. Also, yeah, he does.
That description for a person is looks like a fucked up dog. I always hated that line so much. I know evil when I taste it.
I be saying that all the time when I go to the doo-doo restaurant.
I like how the people who like I think kind of subscribe to my channel think I'm this like borderline like shutting. I mean, I am kind of a shutting, but like this like schizophrenic, like about to like snap and like blow up like a fucking important like blow up AT&T or something, and like makes these like weird like like fucking whatever videos, and like then like I upload sometimes like make streams like this or upload shit like this where I talk to you guys and it's like, what the fuck is this, just like joke? And they like get mad, and I like they never say it, like I've never seen a comment, but a lot of people unsubscribe when like I do shit like that.
Well, fuck
You're
them.
ruining the mystique.
Yeah, you're special. You're the token Eastern European.
Fucking. We were talking about Deathwing earlier. Remember when one of the trailers for Deathwing was just like Mexican music?
Yeah, that was so funny.
So fucking hilarious. They just didn't know what they were, and it's like, this is so off key.
The Deathwing environmental design is still like the most incredible 40K like design in a video game or anything I've ever seen. Like it's incredible.
Like I just pass out.
Look at the fucking the shit this Joker's made with the same like. When did this movie come out?
Early 2010.
Oh look, he has the red Aquila.
The red.
Oh, okay. So they were just incredibly lazy. They were like just, those are the corpse models. We're not bothering with that.
Yeah, leave it to the Welsh, right?
Even my like fucking retarded Elder Scrolls forum friends at the time when this was coming out, they also loved 40K, but like was coming out and they would like eat up any like stupid shit. They were like, this looks like dog shit. When
There's a line coming up that's, I love it so much. It's been stuck in my head.
Can you tell me what the line is?
When they hear shooting down the hallway. Wait.
Really good walk.
The demon.
The demon.
50-year veteran.
It's like a fucking scared little monk bitch.
I feel like this movie should have been about the Dark Angels.
Meanwhile, like the first time, like I think it was in No Fear when it was like the first time the Ultramarines encountered demons. They were just like, can't fucking kill them. They weren't like scared. They were like, why are they not dying?
No work.
In No Fear, No Fear. It's like they can't. The first they don't know how to do it, but then the most base marine alive, Teal, figures it out. That, like,
hell yeah.
Oh, these guys like elemental creatures, and they like. It seems like they were born by fire, and like these things that humanity like. It's like so fucking cool that like he's like, oh yeah, humanity was like kind of afraid of fire back in the day, it's like at their inception, but they also knew it was like a useful tool against like the dark and like hunter gatherers, like predators and
Oh, you're talking
stuff.
about A and Teal.
Yeah, Teal, and like
Yeah, he fucking rules.
and he like kind of deduces like because like they're like Ultramarines have these like fucking computer brains, like theoretical fucking practical, and that's like how he deduces like, oh, they must be like susceptible to fire damage.
Okay, okay. Are we seeing the evil captain guy now?
Yes.
Have you seen his cute little legs?
His cute little legs.
Well,
Oh,
they're not
God.
very cute, but they're pretty funny.
Are they cute?
Did it freeze on that on purpose?
I
His
paused it.
mouth wide open.
Somebody posted that on Twitter. Clip that.
Oh, there it is. No, those legs are little. Keep it.
Oh my god.
No, I was gonna...
Clip that.
Oh.
Clip that. Post both of those on Twitter.
Okay, hold on.
Oh, he's showing his gear
my
now.
own thumbnail somehow.
Man, Teal is so fucking cool.
Damn it! I'm just trying to get it to pause again so I could get the screenshot, but I never get it on the right frame.
Kenty, do you
This
have?
one is pretty good though.
Kenty, do you have the clip of Teal saying like, "My bolter will speak it for me"?
Yeah, I do. I have to find that.
Look how big he looks. in this.
The legs do it for me.
I
Little legs.
goofy ass mod of MFer doing this shit. This is Kanye after the divorce.
His fucking legs. He's like
Oh,
still
he
a
said
space
really
marine
funny.
on top and on the bottom.
Well, that's kind of what they are. I mean, it looks stupid and goofy, but that's actually it's kind of accurate. Like how they're like these abominations that subvert the human form
Meant to
like
look
this.
weird, I guess, yeah.
Oh my god, when he's moving so fast.
Like watching me this piece of shit right now is like I want to fucking play a good 40k game so bad, but it's like I played them already.
He's getting
Am I
bigger.
crazy or did I see him? Mold line on the
Let's
fucking
go
wall.
back.
No way.
Oh, I should not download that thing while we're streaming. I'm stupid. Sorry.
Wee.
I have to be crazy.
Yeah.
Also, I don't know why he never takes off his like.
I can see it. Yes. Sorry to interrupt, but there's a mold line on the fucking
Look,
gun.
Ray.
They like never. He never takes his.
Do you mean the iron on the top?
Holy shit, there is.
I don't
It's
know.
not the iron sights.
What is it? What are we
This
supposed to be
freeze frame
seeing?
is too low quality
So
for you
you-
to make it out.
Also, on SciTube, when you
You know how many
I know exactly what you're talking
when
about.
on SciTube you like pause
Oh.
something, it doesn't exactly spawn on the stop on the exact same like millisecond, so a lot of times it's different.
Yeah.
I also realized
Also,
my
wait.
frame, my
Important. No matter what, do not refresh SciTube, Jojo. There's like a site outage right now.
Oh.
So like, as long as we don't refresh the page, it will like stay
No.
up. I guess.
I was fucking wanted to watch fucking Starties. I wanted to fucking watch the audio Warmaster audio drama. Fucking piece of shit site. We always say this, but it's so funny the idea that like he's just holding him down the whole time he's like writing this shit down. Yeah, I bet you're gonna take McCrag, you fucking dumb bitch. McCrag that like Gilliman with his like sheer autism like fucking like it was about to like completely 100% surely fall, and he like woke up and like turned on his computer brain and like just wiped everybody out.
Is that a penis?
Man, I fucking love
Oh,
Warhammer.
it's just a bad little tail.
Okay, look at the little kick he gives him.
Yeah, it's all... Eh.
Yeah, look at the angle of that tail. It looks like a fucked up penis.
We watched this so many times and made fun of every single specific thing too much that I can't like I probably said that already, so I'm not even.
I mean, that's the fun part.
It's
You
the
just keep getting
Warhammer.
amazed by the same
Yeah.
card.
Classic.
It is the Warhammer. It's like I like how like somebody was like, yeah, we need to have the Warhammer in this.
Also, that run just as he was leaving the frame looks like a little kid. Like he's like, "Ooh, I'm gonna get it."
There's two.
Damn, he's gone full demon.
There's two kind of cool parts in this movie. I think that could have been like, I mean, the animation is still shit, the models are shit, but it's like well choreographed. Well choreographed in a way, and it's like it could have been cool if like it was like better models and effects and shit.
I don't know, it'll still be the same story, them just walking around.
I don't care, this scene's cool.
Yeah, that's what I mean. This is like one of the few cool scenes, but then at the end his face is goofy as shit.
This is some whack-a-mole
Can't have
shit.
it all.
And they shall know no fear.
That's gotta sting.
There was like a cool they did a cool sequence, but then they did that weird face zoom in.
What, the tiny face inside of it?
No, just like his face, like this Victor face. So like this was like, oh, we didn't we missed the entire. I'm fucking so mad now. We missed the entire like second company discrepancy, retcons. Who's the leader of second company now? Who's the captain?
I choose to believe
Who's on second?
Titus is now the captain of the second company after this movie.
I'm right there with you.
Is he back?
It's back in my
No,
heart.
just if the game is canon, it would take place after this, I guess.
But no, he gets like sent, like he like gets sent to like on that fucking stupid ship. Fart.
It's Gordon Ramsay.
These are all like supposed to be a Roman guy. Yeah, this is like before the Ultramarines had any personality with like no fear. Like the practical fucking theoretical practical shit. Then like the whole Roman like aesthetic, and like they already have a Roman aesthetic, but then like their whole quirks that make them fucking cool. This guy's the second company captain now.
Seems unqualified.
No, he wouldn't have been made captain. Sergeant, probably.
No, he is. Sorry, that's just the canon now. Crank it up, bros. To the max.
Boo! Not enough fucking walking.
Ju Fong Shane, Bennis Chapman, Michael Carter, Roddy McManus. I think he did some. That name is familiar. Dan Abnett. So funny. Wrote the best Ultramarine thing of all time, and then this. The music was alright, I don't know. Brandon Neck. Yeah, we didn't. Yeah, I am mad that we didn't go into like the whole second captain discrepancy, because that would have been could have taken up like fucking like 25 minutes of dead air, and we didn't. For the Emperor, Ultramarine Second Company.
Fuck.
I don't remember any of these characters' names.
I remember all of them.
Angus almost gave me that death claw they do when they grab you with their front paws and then kick you with their back paws.
Black Legion. Black Legion. Grrr. I know it's like they have to be like, as they're the biggest legion and stuff, but like, come on, man.
Come on, man.
No, and it's like it's so weird to me. Nobody likes Horus. Nobody likes the people. Some people like the Luna Wolves and the Sons of Horus, but to me, they're the coolest guys. They're like the most tragic chapter Legion in that whole series. And they're so underrated, and it's like it's always like
people just like the fucking meme chapters. Like,
yeah, it is just meme shit. Yeah, they're some of the most fleshed out. The world bearers do, and like the world leaders get like a lot of shit that's like amazing, but that's still not. They're not my boys. Yeah, I don't think there's anything funny on this. I think a lot of these are also just Games Workshop employees. Does this work if I skip?
Well, movie of the decade, if you ask me.
Can you see the video?
Yeah.
No. It's only.
No.
It's a sound. Turn it up.
Blood-soaked. He recognizes the blood-soaked Ultramarine wearing Kalok's helmet.
By the word?
I have a word for you. I let my bolter speak it for me.
So base.
Lapix chest plate, exposing his insides to the air.
I like how like Gulliman like whatever like meets him and he's like, yeah, you're kind of like a fucking autist or whatever, but like you're so like you could be like useful or like you keep like disobeying orders, but like you're right, like you're like probably the smartest guy we have, and then he ends up saving the Ultramarines and Gilliman like fucking 3 times. So based.
Weird bugs.
See these weird bugs?
Should I end the stream? No, I'm not gonna end the
yeah,
stream.
we're just looking at
Actually.
weird bugs.
We still gotta watch or listen to War Master and watch Astartes.
Yes. So.
War Master
I have to go to bed now.
Wait, we're doing Astartes too?
Good night.
Good night.
Good night,
It's like
everybody.
12 a.m., man.
Actually, you're also gonna watch the fucking Dark Compliance one, which is like I love War Master for just like the characterization of horrors, but damn,
I will stick around if we do Dark Compliance.
I fucking love the Dark Compliance. Is like
Dark Compliance is so fucking cool.
Dark Compliance is it has some of the best like space battle shit, and also just the best horrors has ever been. Like, I mean, including the Civil, I guess, like kind of like the same. I don't know why this is a YouTube stream. I don't give a shit anymore.
Just no matter what, don't close SciTube or refresh it in any way. Otherwise, you'll never be able to get back on.
I love this picture so much, this fan art, because it's like people like, oh, Horus is a bold retard. Like, this is the perfect like encapsulation of what the character is. This is like amazing. Like, this is like what he is.
Mark of the 16th
I keep
Legion gazed
peeking
into the
audio.
shadows as though waiting
I'm gonna
for
turn
an
myself
answer.
down a bit.
The title is heavy around my neck. Horus, Lupercal, son,
I know
friend,
this almost
enemy.
is word by now.
All are lost beneath the weight of that one word.
He turned his head, looking to the black iron arms of the throne. His eyes moved over the bronze of a mace as tall as a mortal man. It was called Worldbreaker, and he had accepted it from his father's hand along with the title of War Master and Command of the Great Crusade. His gaze came to rest upon the eagle head pommel. A ghost of a smile touched his lips.
Our father never spoke of what it meant. Only
the limits of its authority. A dangerous word to leave unqualified.
Perhaps he intended me to discover its meaning. Perhaps he did not care what it meant, as long as it freed him from us, his sons. Perhaps he did not know what it would mean for his Imperium.
Horus raised his hand,
so
and a column of hololithic light
It's so
filled the
weird to
air
me that
before the
it's like,
throne.
oh, fucking Horus is a fucking turd. I don't care about this character. And then, like, reading the first 3 books and then, like,
shapes of men and women
supplementary
formed in the
material
great
and other
projection,
stuff on him. It's like, oh my
twisting,
fucking god, I love him
dying,
so
their
fucking
pleas
much.
and screams looping over and over as the
It's
thunder
the,
and mortar fire rolled through the silence.
It's that Wojak thing where it's like, oh, I don't believe in that made up shit, and then it's a so real guy, but it's
He
a,
nodded to himself.
it's you
The
giving
reflected
people a
light of the
picture of
hololith
horror.
flickering
I don't
across the
believe in that
liquid
shit.
black of his eyes.
And it's them looking at a picture of
The fire
Lehman Ross.
is lit.
Like, so real.
And all that was is cast to the wind.
Korak.
We are committed, he and I. My brothers and our legions. All humanity's futures bound together in this circle of blood. We are all the storm now. The Imperium will fall and rise by my hand. Or fall and fall and fall.
He's so fucking
Slowly
cuckoo
he
crazy at
stood,
this point. I
his
love it.
armor whispering and clicking.
Gilliman gathers all his
He
strength to
gestured again, and more
Ultramarines.
cones of cold light surrounded
They're
him,
ascending!
turning with images of blind faces. Some
I love
screamed,
this.
with words, blood, and smoke spewing forth from their mouths, while others droned on in their dead, monotonous voices.
We have no other recourse. Obliteration is the only option.
Has failed to bring a Chorus inclined his head, listening.
All is blood. And the screams of
Alpharis is a
change.
gay failure!
Anarchy is this age's king. We fall apart and this war slips from our fingers to spin into oblivion.
Horus turned.
I
watching
wanna.
the holographic
Do
recording
we wanna
boom
watch
around
Dark
him,
Compliance
and
or
the
listen
throne
to it? I don't
danced
know.
with a ghost light of 1,000 messages.
How long is it?
Maybe.
An hour long, I think.
Oh, then I can't stay up.
Burn in silence so that our war could be won.
I will, however, rewatch
The angel's wings were to
listen
fall
to
at
that
my
tomorrow
feet.
morning.
Gareth Armstrong.
And still,
Cliff
failures
Chapman,
come tumbling one
Steve
over
Conley,
the other.
Matthew
Dark
Hannan,
Compliance, where that, like the
Jonathan
tech
Arnold,
priest guy just gets
Penelope
fucking
Rawlins,
owned.
Melvin
Yeah.
Rawlinson.
Like, it doesn't even really get on. He just gets
His
it
eyes
bad.
fixed upon the image of a
He does
shrunken
get owned
astropath.
more than anybody in Warhammer, maybe.
Half burned. Yet our
Remind me again what happens.
Rabute. Wise Rabute. Rabute with his scratching quills and his
Yeah,
plans
we
and
need
his
to.
hope.
I doubt it's uploaded anywhere, but
Understanding.
Garrow,
Strong.
Sword of Truth, the audio drama. It's
Damn
probably up there as like one of the best ones they've ever done.
I
Really?
want to do them, but it's so confusing how they lay it out.
wish he was
Because
with
there's
us.
the audio drama versions and the audiobook
With a flick of his
versions.
bladed fingers, the throng of images vanished, and
I-
silence
I
flowed
should
back
try and
to the
upload
returning
You know what?
shadows.
I want to
Horus
listen
shook
to
his
The
head,
Wicked and
his
the
eyes
Damned. I've
still
heard really
fixed
good
upon the
things.
throne.
You would say that I listened too much to Alfarius and Logar.
Perhaps
war
you would
fought
be
with
right.
deceit is doomed to fail.
I like
Perhaps
that.
you would be right. The
He
Hydra
goes,
does not see all.
like Sneed
And
from
now his
Sneed.
blindness
This
places
just
a
like
knife at his own back.
I love this because it like gives so much character to him. And also, like, even more, like,
Corax would not have made
aside
such
from,
an
like, the
error.
first two books,
Strange, is it not, that
is
so
the
many
first
I
thing to
wish
give him
beside
character,
me
but then in, like,
stand
Dark
against
Compliance
me,
just shows him, like,
while at my
they never
back
really show him
are
as,
only
like, a
the
D
flawed
War
and
Master.
damaged.
Like, oh, why is this guy, like, the War Master? Why is he,
I am
like,
a master
so
of
dangerous and, like,
broken
a
monsters.
genius or lord or whatever?
Slowly,
But
he
then
began
in
to
Dark
circle the
Compliance,
edge
just, like,
of the
how
great
much of, like,
colorlytic
he's just
table. The sound of
enjoying
his
war
footsteps
so much. Like,
lost
it's
in
like
the
he's
fucking
born,
loves it.
he's born
I cannot
into
control
it. It's
them
just
or
like
their
part of
sounds.
his DNA, and like
And they
it's
know.
like, yeah, and this
Mortarion
this
and
part
Platerabo
comes,
and
and
the
like
rest,
then I
they can
do
all feel
this,
it.
and he
They
wasn't
all know that this war is no longer
anticipating
something that
this,
can be
and then
guided,
like yeah, it's so
only
fucking
written
cool.
out.
He goes gaga for war.
Not truly. And they understand less with each passing second. They doubt. They think that I have lost my way. I can see it in their hearts. The pettiness, the pride, the seeds of ruin driving them on, feeding the tempest. With such creatures must I remake the
I also
future.
fucking love this line. Like he fucking
He
hates
stopped again at
every
the foot of
single
the
one
throne and
of
reached
the Trader
out.
Primarchs.
His
He wanted
hand
all the
closed
cool
over
ones,
Worldbreaker's
and he
haft.
got these like fucking
With casual
failure,
ease,
like
he raised it up
whiny
so that the chamber's
bitches that
thin
nobody
light
wants.
caught every dent and scar on the polished metal.
1,000 battles. 10,000. 10 times 10 times 10,000. To bring about the new age. All of the certainties of the past torn down. All the beliefs that made them turned to ashes. War on every front, stretched across time until none can know when the final blow will come.
But also, yeah, this
There
just
is no disaster. For all
This
disasters
whole
serve
final
me
part
alone.
is so perfect because not only does it
The
like
storm
lay out
rises
the
only
plan of chaos
so that
of
the
like the
thunderbolt
next
may
10,000 years of war,
He
but it's
looked
also like
down
this
at the
is
throne again,
this
shaking
is what's
his
going to
head
happen
sadly.
at the end of the
His arm
heresy.
relaxed
He
and
knows
Worldbreaker resting at his
that
side.
he's only being
His
used to keep
gaze
the war
shifted
going
as
forever.
though
yeah, I
looking
think that's
at
what. Yeah,
something beyond
it's
what
like.
lay in front of
I
him.
also said the same thing
other
before. I
would have
think
dared
it's
this.
like that's why I love it. It's like
Not even
he finally realizes
Perhaps
that like,
that is
oh,
why
this
our
is
father
what I'm
chose me.
for. This is why I exist.
Perhaps
is to like
that was his
make
only
this
moment
happen,
of
to
honesty.
like turn this galaxy into
Then
this like
his gaze
fucking
focused
hellhole
and
of like
hardened.
infinite
Black
warfare,
eyes
to
like
turn it
reflected
into
pools in the
Warhammer
face of an unforgiving
40,000,
king.
and
He doesn't even
Upon the arm of the
care
throne,
about
the
winning or
skull
anything,
of
just
Pharaoh's
as
man
long as the
stared back
war
at Horus
keeps
from
going
empty
forever.
sockets that had once been eyes.
and then he just like
Thin,
embraces
fracture
it,
web of
and he
cracks
becomes
ran
like,
across
no,
the
I'm
perfect
gonna
dome
do
of the
it.
slain
This is
Primarch's crown,
this is what
spiraling back
I
to a
must
splintered
do, and
pit
this
in
is
its
my
temple.
purpose.
Even
And
reduced to polished
whatever,
bones,
like,
skull
it's
still
maybe
swayed
the
with
next line he
strength
says.
and defiance.
It does not matter how the galaxy burns,
This part, yeah.
only that it does. War Master. That is what it means, my brother. The strength to do.
Yeah, the strength to do what must be done is like, yeah, I'm gonna start the I'm gonna start the heresy. I'm gonna start the next 10,000 years of like, just fucking genocide
Misery.
every day. People really yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's like not fucking high literature or whatever, but like, it is like just very cool and underrated, I think. I love Horus as a character.
Denise, I'm a journalist at the Ottawa Citizen, and I'm standing outside of the Ultramar gas station at the corner of Montreal Road and
Ultramar
Canton
burn.
Street. At about 7:30 a.m. this morning, a tanker truck pulled into the gas station here and knocked over this gas pump, which fell onto a van, and a fire immediately broke out. There were no reports of injuries. Everybody got away safe.
It's funny, like how whatever, but Eidolon got it first than anybody else, and that's cool. Good that happened. I'm happy. Like they fucking like chop his head off and like drink like fucking wine.
Who? Tarek?
No, not Tarek. Torgadon is base. He's cool. No.
Yeah.
Eidolon. They like
Oh, yeah,
chop his head off. Fulgrim is like thinks he's mocking him, so Fulgrim chops his head off. and he's like, "Oh, use this as a fucking cup," and like the loyal emperor children, I forget what his like honor guard is called, but they're like
Phoenician guard.
let's use this as a cup, and they just like drink disgusting, like grimy, like cummy, shitty, pissy, fucking like the most disgusting wine possible out of it, and then like eventually he gets resurrected, like his like head gets sewn back to his body by Fabian's bile, but he's like gets resurrected in a way where he's like in constant pain and wants to die, and he barely has a soul.
He has like all of the grace that he had as an Emperor's Children captain is just gone. Like he can't fight properly anymore. He like staggers around. And Fulgrim constantly makes fun of him for being like a gimpy retard.
Eidolon had it coming.
It's interesting how that character is like, oh, he's the annoying this type of character. He has such an arc. He doesn't have an arc, but he has so much screen time or whatever in like the novels. He shows up.
Well, he's an
in so
important
many
character.
Well, not really. Not that much.
Well, in the hierarchy of the Emperor's Children, yeah, it's like one of the one of the chief commanders.
He's first captain.
Yeah.
Chief Keef.
I guess.
So in like the realm of the Emperor's Children, he's important. Beyond that, not so much. Everyone kind of fucking hates him.
Well, not anymore. Once the corruption set in, no one cared about rank anymore.
Yeah.
I do think, thinking back on Fulgrim, the book, there's very cool stuff in there that like is like I think.
Oh, Fulgrim fucking rules.
Some of like a lot of the best Warhammer writing, and it's interesting. That book is
Told
like
you.
loaded to shit, and it should have been like edited down a lot.
I remember when you told me you weren't gonna read it.
They were like, okay, we want to make a like a Fulgrim book. Also, we have to shove in probably the biggest appearance of Istvan 5 as well for some reason.
Man,
They should have just a single book for that.
Battlefield 19. Have to find the copy of it. It's behind me. Battlefield 2142 is probably like one of the games that are like the best candidates for like a Warhammer mod I've ever seen. And somebody is making one, but like it's still in like alpha, and you can download it. But I wish you could, like, 'cause it's like it's perfect. Like yeah, you have the mechs, you have like the carrier things, you have the futuristic weapon stuff, you have the classes, everything is set. It still has like kind of like, oh, there's like buildings that look like kind of current buildings that you could say like that like are like whatever, like 40k imperial buildings or whatever. But that game like is just perfect for that. And it's a shame that mod is not out yet. Fellas. Fellas, is it gay to like Warhammer? Yes, it is.
Speaking of Warhammer, my liquor came today. I'm scripting a miniature with it.
Your liquor?
What do you call it?
Lictor?
The isopropyl alcohol.
Oh. I thought you meant a lictor like the Tyranid unit.
Liquor? I hardly knew her. It's the grossest iteration of that.
Hey, these guys are Imperial Fist successors.
Yeah. I don't actually hate the Imperial Fists, it's a joke.
I know.
How many Space Marines is there in the universe?
It's consistent deliberately, but someone added up what like the official numbers are. In like 40k, it's around 3 million.
Isn't that more than when the legions were around?
It's funny because that shit is like George Lucas is like, how many? There's a galaxy. How many clone troopers there are there? 6 million. Like what? Why is that specific number first of all, George? And also like why?
They keep it. They try and keep it as open as possible to like make people
Make
encourage
their
people-
own chapters.
Yeah, make their own chapters. So it's like, oh, chapters are being destroyed and founded constantly, so no one really knows the real number.
These guys, the Retributors, are cool though. I love them.
3 million Space Marines. Isn't that more than like the legions?
No.
Wasn't the thing with really?
Legions was like 10 million.
You didn't have to cut me up. I wish the fucking legions were back, man. The fucking Luna Wolves, the Sons of Horus.
Well, I have good news for you because the Black Templars are out there and they just they say fuck that.
I don't like gay shit.
But it's not just those, it's like ever since Gilliman has come back, he's said that, oh, this 1,000 Marine limit, fuck this.
I always love people who hate Gilliman are like the biggest faggots. He's cool. He's a good character. He's not only like no Mary Sue. He's not only not a I fucking love him.
He's not like a total fighter. He's like a statesman.
High-ranking Retributors with the fucking white helmets and the white cloaks are so fucking cool. But yeah, Gilliman I always liked, but like he's not a Mary Sue. He's a cool character and I love him, man. He's cool.
He's an actual like governor.
Rocking.
I'm sorry.
I like the idea of I like the kind of a lot of times unspoken rivalry between like Horus and Gilliman, like who's the better like strategist, who's the better warlord, who's the better like whatever, who could be the actual heir to the empire and stuff. And it's like you could like go into like a lot of subtleties, like how they differ and stuff, and I really like that stuff, because like yeah, Horus was like kind of depressed about like how he couldn't build an empire, and he like wanted to change. He wanted to be better than the Imperium, and he didn't want to just like genocide any like race that he met, and he couldn't just achieve it because it was like just in his DNA and kind of. And like other factors also fucked it up, but like Gilliman is like, oh yeah, we just have like space marines as administrators. We have this giant empire. We're like just fine.
Wasn't there's some book one of the books I read, I think, they're like talking about like, well, why was he made a fucking war master or whatever? And, I think it might have been Goldman or something. He's like, I could be getting it very wrong too, because I think initially it's like, why wasn't it Sanguinius or Sanguinius? Because everyone fucking loves him. And then the Dark Horse was, why wasn't it Ferrus Manus? Which is like, huh?
Ferrus Manus was like meant to be. No,
yeah.
Ferrus Manus in the lore was like
super good at war,
slated to be like one of the best. Like he was like one of the best like generals in the entire like Imperium. Like he was. If it wasn't gonna be, he was in like at least the top 3 or 5.
Then I think someone says like, and why wasn't the Lion pissed off about it? And he's like, I could tell you exactly why. He doesn't care.
Because he's a faggot.
Oh, no.
Too busy sucking dick.
No.
I mean, to be on those terms, I guess like Gilliman for sure. I mean, number 1 is always Horus, but then Gilliman, Horus, Sanguinius Gilliman, Ferrus Manus, and then who else? I don't know. But those are top picks that they could.
Ferrus Manus was like, as soon as I heard it or read it, I'm like, okay. Then after that, I was like, okay, yeah, he'd be really good. Super just fucks everyone up.
Ferris Menace was way too stupid. I mean, he was like smart
He's
in
stubborn.
other ways, but like he was too stupid, kind of, to like.
I think more stubborn. Too passionate. He was really fucking pissed when Fulgrim was like, "Hey, come join me," and he's like, "How would I kill you?"
I think this whole like lore argument is like kind of, it's like autistic and shit, and like it's kind of like, well, do something else with your time, you fucking loser. But I do enjoy it.
It's
that like that.
I really like it.
I do enjoy that sort of discussion. Then the recruiters are cool, but then like, if you wanted the answer on like why Gillet or why Horus became the War Master, aside from the fact that he like knew the Emperor the most, like he basically raised him, and he was his like actual son basically.
Yeah.
You like have to watch the Dark Compliance audio like drama. Is like how the way he treats war. He was just a fucking psychopath who was like, his entire being was like tuned and like created to war.
Yeah, he loves it. I was gonna say something, but I forgot what it was.
The Stardies is like, man.
Stardies rocks.
The guy who like did this is like,
he's dumb man.
I like when like it's like trying to like when people were like trying to like try and find like little like inconsistencies with the lore and stuff in this, and it's like this thing is this thing. It's like no, there's like no. The guy like paid such attention to every single fucking thing that you like couldn't even find a single like chink in his armor. You're like nothing. Go jump into a well, bitch. Also, this shit, like the fucking like details like this is like, what else? Who else would fucking whatever it's his name, those shitty source filmmaker animators think of this? Where like, what is happening? Oh, I guess I should get their leader thing. I fucked it up. Sorry, I'm a goddamn doofus. Like when he spits out the blood, and the blood immediately starts. Yeah, it immediately starts clotting because he's a space marine, and that's like part of the biology. Like small details like that. It's like
what gets it for me is like just about everything. Is that some of like the black carapace on the back of his towards the base of his skull?
I like how it's like. I kind of love that it's never explained what this is. It's like, oh, is it in a warp? It's in a different planet, different dimension, or like outside of the galaxy in a different galaxy. It's never explained. It's just like, yeah.
Oh, that's what I was gonna say. When we were talking about like, oh, fucking nerdy shit, do something better or whatever in terms of Warhammer. One of my favorite things about Warhammer, it's been this way since like the 3rd edition. When I didn't even have miniatures, I just read the codex because it was so fucking cool. But the best thing about like Warhammer, it's fucking open ended.
I like the way I got into Warhammer stuff is like fucking like almost like 17 years ago at this point. I was just like reading, like there was like a site, like a Hungarian Warhammer site. They just compiled like short stories and shit.
Who keeps rewinding this?
Sorry, I have the remote.
I want to see it.
Or does Canteen have it? Sorry, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Yeah, this looks cool.
Oh, so is this an entirely different story than the first one?
Yeah, it's an anthology. Like he shows it at the end. Like.
I like that so much.
Oh, sorry. Before this, we have to watch Lord Inquisitor. It's so I can cry.
There are so many good one-offs in the Horse Heresy. So many. So many.
Sorry, I mean, like, I've been, like, into Star Wars stuff for the past few, like, weeks or whatever, just because of, like, I like clone stuff, I like Jango Fett, Mandalorians, I like that cool stuff. I don't like it as much as Warhammer, and, like, it's, like, they would never get anything like this, like, this amount of fucking dedication for, like, fucking anything, like,
No.
it's...
If you look up like Star Wars fan film, not just like the shit ones that we watch, because those ones are kind of old, but the newer ones, it's still like Lego stop motion. Shit like that.
I mean, I guess it's part of the reason is because there's no official Warhammer good stuff.
Chalk it also up to like Warhammer still being like a niche hobby. They can market it as much as they want and streamline it. The cost at the end of the day, it's fucking a niche.
That's the thing with Warhammer also, like, for the kid at least, like, yeah, with like, whatever it's called, Star Wars and stuff like that, you like, that's kind of like limited, like there's eras in it and then like that's it. Warhammer is just like, it's basically like such a large sci-fi setting that you can set anything in it. This is such a we should like read, as I already said, but like we should redub this to be better. We could do a better dub than this.
Okay, I'll be the guy with the shotgun.
I'm gonna be the Inquisitor guy. Like, here's something that you don't know. We know that you've been extending your life with heretical means. This fucking soundtrack and shit. These like booming this fucking.
This fucking slaps.
Is there a servitor I can voice? And just be very annoying.
You can be the wacky servitor.
There are four
I forget
voices. The female assassin, the veteran guardsman, the Inquisitor, and the nobleman that they kill.
I got
forget what the veteran sounds like.
I got too excited and one person left the stream.
I'd be like, me as the veteran. Oh shit.
Oh, what's all this thing?
I mean, even if this thing wasn't finished, it's like, at least this like small slice of what the Hive City is like, especially on Terra, is like.
I think it's a really good representation.
It's like already worth it. Like how fucking cool this is. Like, oh my god.
The scale is
a lot
there.
of this is copy pasted, obviously, but this is like, I fucking love this so much.
Having fucking blimps 40,000 years in the future.
It being copy pasted doesn't really change it because like
the
composition is still incredibly important.
The soldiers would have the same uniform, I guess.
Oh yeah.
Just like the neo-Gothic or whatever the fuck, like this architecture mixed with like the whole weird cyberpunky like fucking shitty Hive City stuff.
Goes really well together.
Oh my god.
Welcome to Night City.
Fucking love it.
Fuck Night City.
Yeah.
Just go to LA. I don't know. Yeah, look, like this shit, like it makes. Oh my god.
Fucking massive.
It would be so cool if like just like a game that was this massive and like you could just go into every building. You would need a quantum computer.
I don't know how legit this is, but apparently Cyberpunk was meant to have an underground city, and they just scrapped it because the executives were like, "This is gay."
I mean, they had like so many things that were like meant to be.
They had a whole like train system that like.
Absolutely cut down on like development time.
Oh yeah.
Which is
they got rid of the train system actually because socialists are obsessed with trains. This is fucking gay. Also,
they scrapped more than 2/3 of the game. Like it's not even a question about it.
I'm the veteran wearing a fucking keffiyeh in the 41st millennium.
I don't care about those gay inquisitors doing this. Look at this parade and shit by these like fucked up servitors, these fucking imperial fists marching with the like. Oh my god, I'm soying out right now.
Everyone's so happy.
I love this so much.
Oh, no one's happy.
No, everyone loves this. Look at this.
There's
cheering.
There's one guy happy, the Lord Inquisitor on the fucking top of the thing. Look.
Yeah.
He's a cool armor. He's looking around like, yeah,
he loves it.
This is a good day.
Like,
did Dreadnoughts ever have PTSD episodes where they just fucking unleash on people?
Oh yes, all the time.
All the time.
Did they ever do it in these processions?
Probably.
I think they have a way of like shutting them down when that happens.
They put them in cryo state. They put them in like stasis or something.
I do really like this, like, whatever, like fucking.
For the Space Wolves, there's like this specific guy on a dreadnought, who every time they let him out, they have to freeze him with Hellfrost weapons, which is hilarious.
I don't like.
They smell like. Sorry, you go.
I don't like the idea of like whatever, like, oh, you can't extend your life because like other imperial like high-ranking citizens just do it for free and like it's allowed for them. But like I do like the idea of like this disgusting freak who's been like extending his life with like literally like fetuses and shit is like getting fucking murked here.
Also, like based on how this guy looks, he probably hasn't even been using these like rejuvenation drugs for that long.
He doesn't even look that old, which is like might be just the drugs, or he's just like, oh, I'm a bit old. How about I pump myself full of fetus juice? Yeah, this is a pro-life stream.
If you want to get an abortion, get the fuck out. Take your fetus and leave.
I'm fine with this guy.
No, don't take the fetus, it's ours.
I'm fine with this guy's cadence and even like the way he acts. I just say the voice actor.
Grant me mercy.
It's gonna make him suck his ding dong. The funny thing,
a tiny knife.
The funny thing is, like, almost every single imperial, like, in high society, who's like,
dog shit, awful, irredeemable,
who's connected to like in any way to like any like official like fucking organization, is just allowed to have the surgery, like the rejuvenation, if they're like important enough. So it's just the most like fucking hypocritical shit of all time.
Something I like about that as well is like, in order to live on Terra, especially in a room like that, it's like probably one of the richest human beings in the universe. It's like, oh no, you just get fucking killed by this monkey mouth guy.
Dembski Bowden. Damn, I never saw that. What did he write for this? The guy is the guy is evil and he wants to extend his life, but maybe is he the good guy actually?
Aaron Dempsey Bowden, the only guy who will write about Night Lords.
I mean, Ardril Tal puts a fucking a woman who's basically a torso on the side of his ship to like as like a weapon, basically to like distract enemy psychers. But is he the good guy? Very interesting moral dilemma.
Jojo, I hate to bring it to you, but there's no good guys in the setting. They're all bad.
They're all bad, but Aaron Dembski Bowden does like do that kind of. Even though I do think a lot of his shit is good.
Oh yeah, here's some good stuff.
Yeah, it's like the Night Lord's characters. In one of the Night Lord's books, there's a scene where one of the characters has an 8-year-old girl chained up, and he's just ripping her skin off. And it's like, but is he the good guy?
I think he is.
I don't remember that.
Or the part where they land on a planet and like they're just smashing babies' heads against walls, and they're just having a casual conversation as they're doing it.
Is he the good guy?
What was the recent Warhammer? I guess it was just
cool.
the fucking. This is
Actually,
this is part of the same project as like the previous thing we watched, so it's never coming out either.
Serious question. What do we think of the Grey Knights?
I think I like I like parts of the concept. I think they're like very like Mary Sud, and I don't know. They're not that exciting to me.
I like how they started out. Other than that, I don't know.
I'm not a fan of Caldo or Drogo or
Me
whatever.
neither. I'm a fan of the other guy. Remember the fucking old Grey Knight model? It was the guy with like the power armor, but his helmet's like a fucking half helmet or something, but it's red. That guy, he was so cool.
I'm not that excited for Grey Tide. Dark Tide.
I am.
Dark,
I like it.
Dark Man.
We're gonna play it together and we're gonna have fun.
I probably won't.
K-Team, will you be my battle brother?
Yes.
Can you say yes, battle brother?
No, that's cringe.
Oh, that was a test. You passed.
I'll be your battle brother.
Thank you, battle brother. It's like in the a new people in the National Guard, and I think one of their sergeants would make them say that when they're like doing drills, which is cringe.
My battle brother. Yeah, cosplaying as a way cooler military guy in the military.
One of my favorite parts in this trailer is just when the sergeant just fucking smacks the dude's las gun.
When this played at E3 last year, I wish we were in voice when it was on, because I was fucking whooping.
Oh, dude, when I saw it, I was going like, yeah, like really loud.
Arch Warhammer has been banned from YouTube. No!
He's gonna play a gay little priest. K-Team wants to be a gay priest with a gay shotgun and a gay chainsword. Could not be me.
Ranking best characters without them being Primarchs or any like high ranking character like that. Same ranking, same. They share the same position.
Verticar E Creed.
Gabriel, Loken, and then fucking I'm too high.
Look at the lads.
So Gabriel, Loken, and then
Garvio.
Gabriel, Loken, and then Garrow, Nathaniel Garrow. There hasn't been any cooler guys. I should stop. I fucking love Nathaniel Garrow's like official art, but then they like do some of those like off-model ones that look like shit, and I fucking hate them. Look, it's a guy from Warhammer Fantasy. We have had the more model left over from fucking The other one, the fantasy one. Vermintide.
That hammer looks so cool. Maybe I'll go Ogren.
Ogrins are cool, they're based.
I want to be a Bolgren though.
Bulgrins are cringe. No, I don't know.
All Ogrens. Bolgrens are just Ogrens in like big fucking like slab metal armor.
I
with
know, I was
big
just joking.
shields.
This
Oh, okay.
This
You got
art of Nathaniel Garrow is like so fucking cool, and it's embodies everything about the character. I fucking love it so much.
This is from Garrow?
The one in B-Boys. It is just like him. He's so fucking cool. Just like, cause like a lot of like truly horse heresy is kind of like the theme of like Marines breaking over pressure and stuff, like seeing like demons and shit, like stuff that they thought didn't exist and stuff. They were kind of thought to be like think rationally about stuff, and like they have no concept of any sort of like supernatural like demons or anything like that, or mind warping like fucking abilities and stuff. But then like he kind of like encounters that a lot during his like first novels, but then fucking like he just like kind of like battles through it and like slowly adapts to it and like just overcomes, and it's like so fucking cool. And at the same time he just like kind of like comes in terms of that, like, oh, I think I don't just love the Emperor as like this great ruler. I think he's like a god and I worship him. That's like a very interesting and like rare like character arc in like a thing like this, because like especially in a thing they made in like the 20th or 21st century that's like a sci-fi thing made for like nerds, that's kind of like, it's not pro religion, but like it's kind of like
This video is kind of cool.
It's just like whatever, it's cool. I'm sorry, I'm talking over this.
No, you're fine. This is just a lot cooler than I expected it to be.
Canteen is fucking seething now.
This guy, he hasn't got the resources, obviously, but he is so fucking good at animating action scenes.
He's getting better at them. Mm-mm.
He got the little book.
Take a look. It's in a book.
I'm trying to find, I don't think it's on YouTube, the line where like fucking Garrow tells like Dorn about the heresy and stuff and what happened on his Istvan tree, and he doesn't believe him and is like, "Excuse me, sir, but are you blind?" And he's just, "What?" And he just like punches the shit out of him, almost killing him. He's so fucking cool. He just like defying a Primarch.
That's pretty good.
I wonder what's gonna happen to him like during like after the Horus Heresy books. Like what's his legacy gonna be?
Who?
Garrow.
Yeah.
Well, he's described in a future book as Imperium's first martyr. So he'll probably die during the siege at the end.
Alright.
The
I'm
muscle
gonna head to
only
bed.
inches from
Good night.
Good night.
Alright.
Oh, bro, it's Toby Longword.
I should kill you where you stand. You have no right to show your face here.
The only guy who can act.
Get aboard this ship.
The Dagger Line's tertiary shuttle bay is poorly guarded. And I made sure we were not
This is
tracked
the
by the
good one that I told you to listen to. It's really good.
Rubio waits below. He guards our transport.
So, Kararin did not send you?
I have already ignored his orders by leaving the battleship. I had to come back, Varen, to speak with you. So we might gain the full measure of one another and speak plainly.
Plainly? That gold-plated whoreson destroyed an unarmed transport ship. And you did not stop it! Is that plain enough? If the Dagger Line were not such a wreck, I would pilot it into that battleship's bridge, despite that custodian braggart!
Believe me, I tried to prevent it. But Kararin is inflexible. He considers you traitors in all but name.
But not the White Scars, eh? The rest of us he would hang, but not Hakim's Carter. How is that fair and just? How is that Imperial truth?
It is true the sons of the Khan have proven their loyalty in this schism.
But the rest of us are thought corrupted by the actions of the greater number. You know the sting of that, I'll warrant. I was not cut out to lead like this, Garrow. I am a killer, a meat cutter, not a broodmare struggling to protect a clutch of weak and feeble runts. I lead warriors, not common folk.
His gauntlet closed into a heavy fist.
Damn Horus Lupercal for this. Damn him for his treachery and false promises. If he had not sundered the legions, we would not be here. No one would need to die without purpose.
I feel as you do, brother. Garrow pointed with Libertas. This way. We'll make for the landing tiers. We can take a Stormbird, get off this craft, return to the Lalandia.
That is a coward's plan.
It is a survivor's plan, Captain Varen. I know your pain, I know you want vengeance, but we must pass on the truth of what is happening here.
Then you go. Take the Psyker and flee. I will stalk the halls of this ship until I found and murdered every last one of these bastards.
You won't last long on your own. They outnumber us 3 to 1. And if Hakim has rallied the Dagger Line crew to their side, told them we are the traitors...
I care nothing for odds. I am each of world's gladiators' son. I will stand and fight and avenge.
And die?
Without hesitation, and so will you. Hakim has your measure, Garrow. Even now he has warriors covering each approach to the landing bays. You won't get within 100 meters of a Stormbird before a las cannon blasts you apart.
I have another option.
Rubio halted before them, the crystal
Marco
matrix of
Rubio.
his psychic hood glowing with ethereal light.
There is another way off this vessel. If we take it, we can reach the Nolandia and end this madness. Hakim will have to face his crimes.
You'll do that at the tip of my sword.
And will it be enough, Baron? Your life for his? I can give you a chance to carry your vengeance forward, to Horus, to Angron. But you must live for it. Garrow's words seemed to reach the World Eater, and behind those sullen eyes something changed. Varen gave a slow nod.
I will hear you out, Psyker.
Very well. I'll explain as we go.
I think...
Loken couldn't move his legs.
Let me pause this
Every
first.
heartbeat
That was
agony
so
in his
cool.
lungs, as the muscles of his chest ground against.
I think that's the audio drama version.
Yeah.
Because the audiobook version, the difference between the two is like, they came out as audio dramas first, and it was like exclusive to being like audio dramas. But then they were like so popular that they like included them in like Garrow, like an anthology thing. But then Toby Longworth, the guy, narrated them, but without the whole audio drama, like, oh, there's sound effects and different actors, and just like him reading it. But that stuff apparently has like a lot more stuff to it, like a lot more like meat to it, like more stuff written to it, and that's why I like haven't listened to it yet, because I couldn't decide which one to pick. But now I think I'm just gonna go with this one.
to the audio drama one. It's so fucking good.
Yeah, it's like it's uncomparable compared to like just.
Ramon Tickrum is the World Eater guy.
Yeah. It's all the boys.
Alright, guys. I'm gonna hit the rack.
Good night.
Good night. We gotta have another Warhammer night. This shit's fun.
As the will to live
Yeah.
seeped from his body.
Good night.
Through a crack in the rubble pinning him to the ground, Loken could see the dark
Fucking
grey
Halo reach.
He saw streaks of fire dropping
Yeah, I
through
was
the
gonna
clouds
say.
and closed his eyes as he realized that they were the first salvos of an orbital bombardment.
Which makes it.
This isn't official, I take it. Or did they?
No, it is.
The first orange blooms
The music is not being used now.
Okay, yeah.
But it's funny because he didn't die here. Well, people did think he died for years. That was like the weirdest thing that like you said that the Nemesis, the assassin, like didn't die.
Yeah, it's so fucking dumb. Like, instead of just at the moment of his ship blowing up as he impacts the Vengeful Spirit, the emergency escape pod shoots him into like a gap in the hull, and he lives in the Vengeful Spirit and like gets possessed.
It's so fucking weird. That was one of the coolest parts of that book. It was like Horus is like he senses the guy coming towards him on the ship, and he's like in the part of the ship like the observing deck where like he's like gonna crash into, and he's like everybody's like, do something, we should have to shoot him down, he's gonna kill us, he's like gonna like whatever, and like Horus is just like, come here my son, come here. Just like he like fucking loves it that like he just respects the idea of like that guy has like no chance of killing him, but like he respects the idea of like him trying to kill him with his final like breath, that he's like, come here, and that was like a cool moment, but I guess they kind of ruined it then.
Dark Compliance.
Also, at the end of
by
that
John
story,
French.
it's
Performed by
it's
Gareth Armstrong,
like he tries
Cliff
to kill
Chapman,
Horus again,
Steve
fails,
Conlin,
gets captured,
Matthew Hunt,
and
Jonathan
Horus
Keeble,
ends up recruiting
Penelope
him.
Rawlins,
He joins Horus
Melvin
at the end.
Rawlinson, and Ramon
Weird,
Tickler.
yeah. This is like the dark, yeah, the fucking War Master one is like great. That's like a great character study, but this is like, God, this is like if a Warhammer movie, if it was like just in audio form. I fucking love this so much. Oh, especially this fucking opening part I fucking love. I mean, I'm just gonna talk over it anyway, who cares? But just like, I think about it a lot, like how like the emissary horse sends it first is like, Myrmidon's got it. What is your answer? This like aggressive retard, and like it's like obviously not gonna work.
Hail, Desigus, Lord of the Gilded Worlds and Warden of the Aventian Gulf.
I love this guy's voice.
Who are you that comes to us out of the night? I am named Argonis, and I speak in the name of Horus, War Master of mankind.
Why do you come here, emissary?
I always love the fucking title of War Master of Mankind so much. I'm gonna keep stopping and say about every single thing. I love it so much.
I come for your fealty.
Fealty? Truly you call it that?
What other word would you give it?
Treachery. That is what I call it. And that is what it is.
You are a brave man.
And you are?
You fought on Talisan, and were in the Halo margins from the beginning to the end. You led the conquest of a star cluster, and cast down the idols of Messana. This system is...
Kenton, you gonna go to bed before this whole thing, or...?
I'm gonna try and stay up because I really like the Mechanicus parts.
I really want to go, like, just the whole, like, horse, like, fucking controlling the battlefield shit, because that's my favorite shit.
Is yours to command because you bled for the right.
Your lips turn such flattery into poison.
Flattery? No. Honesty. I know you, Desigus, though this is the first time we have met. I know your strengths and your weaknesses. I know that you only let my ship through your defenses and me into your presence, so that you could look me in the eye and call me traitor. I know that you intend to carry your defiance back to the War Master, with tongue to speak it, but without eyes to see or hands to grasp a weapon. All this, I know.
Then what is about to happen will not be a surprise.
And I know that you are a man who never makes a choice lightly.
I have made my choice. I stand against you. Your promises are false gold.
Promises? I have made no promise, but I will now. Bend your knee. Speak the words of loyalty to your War Master. Give him all that is yours to command, and you will live.
Live? That is your promise?
No. My promise is that if you do not, then this system will not last a single orbit of its star.
That is...
It is what will happen if I leave here with anything other than your oath of compliance.
No. Even he would not. The resources, the people.
Would he not? Could he not?
The cost in blood, in lives.
It can be done. And it will be done. All your realms, all your warriors, all the billions who you protect, all will be ashes. And you have the power to save them.
You lie.
I like you, Desigus. So I will give you a gift. One warrior to another.
I spit on your gift.
The gift is this. I will give you understanding, so that you can make your choice knowing what you have chosen. Have you heard of Akazar Beta?
Why?
Because its story is one I would tell you.
The fucking shitty thing.
The emissary
that guy
stared at Cadith, eyes hard in a blunt face. The sea green of the emissary's armor was almost black in the forge light. The banner in his hand was a sheet of woven iron thread. A golden eye stared from its center, and a row of rubies hung at its hem. Behind the emissary, 30 warriors stood in loose ranks, weapons held low, but ready.
What is your answer?
Oh, I love this part.
Cadith heard the question. Tonal sifters mounted on his audio sensors parsed the words and projected percentages of arrogance and confidence at the edge of Cadith's sight. There was no fear in the emissary's voice, of course. That was the problem with the Legiones Astartes. They were not pure enough to be machines, but like machines, they had shed many of humanity's imperfections. Had they gone the whole way and shed the rest of their weaknesses, the Imperium would not be at war with itself. Of course, that probably would have made them less effective, and effective they undoubtedly were.
Myrmidax Cadith, I will grant you a final opportunity. What is your answer?
Cadith
that
nodded
is, like,
slowly,
very
and his halo of
exacting
weapon
to me, at
mechadendrites
least.
rippled softly. He glanced from the emissary
It's
to where
perfect
molten
because
metal
it's
fell in
this
from
fucking
apertures
dumb
in the temple
retard
roof.
who's like,
Iron
what
columns
is your
rose from the
answer?
floor amongst the glowing cascades.
And then like the comparison of the
A
new
figure stood atop
emissary.
each column, the height indicating the rank of the Magos who stood on them.
Okay, this is
Some wore robes, others were hunched
6,
figures of
7. I
plastic
wanna
and
like
brass.
watch the next thing because it's like
Automatons stood guard
short.
at the base of each column, their armor glazed red by the furnace.
Verticorder found his gaze dwelling on the warrior's face. And he carried an beautiful, perfect, as though able to see beyond the armored exterior of Aris Lictor and into Verticorder's soul. In his eyes, his so very ancient eyes, Verticorda saw the wisdom of all the ages, and the burden of all the knowledge contained within them. A crimson mantle flapped in the wind behind the giant warrior,
Oh, that book
and he
is
carried an
also
eagle-topped
fucking
scepter, clutched in one mighty gauntlet.
top-notch.
The golden giant's eyes scrutinized the blue armored form of
I
Verticorda's
re-listened
mount.
to the last part
From
of
its
this
conical
because I think
glasses
the
to
ending
the
is
Aventailed
really,
shoulder
really
plates
cool.
upon which the wheel and lightning bolt symbol of the
Which
Knights
one?
of Taranis was emblazoned.
To Mechanica.
The warrior reached out towards him.
Oh, where
Your machine is damaged.
when
Tamon Verticorda.
the girl goes down into the
His voice
labyrinth,
heavy,
like
yet
there's the
musical,
book is missing.
like the most perfect sound
Yeah, just
imaginable.
the realization. Oh fuck.
Verticorda found himself
And
unable to form a
that
reply,
ties in with the stuff that's
knowing that
happened
anything he
recently on
might say
Mars
would
of
be
like
trite in the
Necron
face of
shit
such
landing on the surface.
This is also what might be
Verticorda
like
found
my
his
fun.
gaze
Like
dwelling
this
on
is
the
like
beautiful,
just the mix of
perfect,
technology and this like
beyond the
weird
exterior of
reverence
Aris
for
and into Verticorda's
technological shit, lost
In his eyes,
like
his
science,
so very ancient eyes,
and like actual like the Emperor is like almost a demigod, be like a being that's like a demigod basically. But at the same time, there's like so much misguided like whatever toward tech here, and like the whole like weird biblical and mythological. Like I fucking loved it. This.
all the
Put this
ages,
shit
and the
into
burden
my
of all
veins.
the knowledge contained within them. A crimson mantle flapped in the wind behind the giant warrior, and he carried an eagle-topped scepter, clutched in one mighty gauntlet. The golden giant's eyes scrutinized the blue armored form of Verticorda's mount, from its conical glasses to the Aventailed shoulder plates upon which the wheel and lightning bolt symbol of the Knights of Taranis was emblazoned. The warrior reached out towards him. Your machine is damaged.
Also
Tamon
the
Verticorda, he said.
me picking and like putting this fucking music over it was ingenious, if I say so. No.
His voice heavy and yet musical, like the most perfect sound imaginable. May I? Verticorda found himself unable to form a reply, knowing that anything he might say would be trite in the face of such perfection. It didn't occur to him to wonder how the sublime warrior knew his name. Without waiting for a reply, the warrior reached out, and Verticorda felt his touch upon the joints of Aris Lictor's knee. Machine, heal thyself, said the warrior, the purpose and self-belief in his voice passing into Verticorda as though infusing every molecule of his hybrid existence of flesh and steel with new-found purpose and vitality. He felt the warmth of the warrior's touch through the shell of his mount, and gasped as trembling vibrations spread through its armored frame of plasteel and ceramite. He took an involuntary step back, feeling the movements of his mount flow as smoothly as ever they had. With one step, he could feel Ares Lictor move as though it had just come off the assembly lines, its stubborn knee joint flexing like new. Who are you? He gasped, his voice sounding grating and pathetic next to the mighty timbre of the Golden Warrior's voice. I am the Emperor, said the warrior. It was a simple answer, yet the weight of history and the potential of a glorious future were carried in every syllable. Knowing he would never again hear words spoken with such meaning, Verticorda and Aris Lictor dropped to one knee, performing the maneuver with a grace that would have been impossible before the Emperor's touch. In that moment, Tamon Verticorda knew the truth of the being standing before him. Welcome to Mars, my lord, he said. All praise to the Omnisire.
The only problem with this clip is like the voice he does at the end is kind of fucking lame.
Iron columns rose from the floor amongst the glowing cascades. A figure.
Oh god.
Some wore
Here we
robes,
go.
others were hunched figures of plasteel and brass. Automatons stood guard at the base of...
Also, I think this is the best Mechanicus voices were ever done.
Okay. Wait, I just want to hear it.
Entire noosphere interface into a dead part of his consciousness, the data flow would have been overwhelming. It was irrelevant, though. No new data, theory, or analysis could change the outcome of this audience.
My answer as construct representative of Akazar Beta, domain of the Omnisire, is this.
He watched a small muscle twitch next to the emissary's eye. The buzz of data transfer had silenced across the chamber. One by one, the machines and lesser initiates went silent. All would hear what Kadith said next.
Kill protocol.
The automata exploded into motion. Bolt rounds hammered from the Legion's
I don't
guns.
like this
The smallest automata would have blurred a piston.
fucking graphic thing they put this.
Explosions burst across them. Kadith watched as a pair of Scout-class automata ran on even as their carapaces. He could feel the emissary's Vox signal trying to break free of the temple. Siege automata stamped forwards from the shadows. One by one, they locked into place. The weapons on their shoulders rose up and unfolded like the heads of chromed flowers. Kadith heard the whine as
It's
the
the
weapons
robots,
charged.
where it's the Castellan robots.
We are betrayed!
The emissary was shouting into his Vox now. The siege automata fired as one. Spheres of plasma thudded through the air and splashed down amongst the ring of warriors. Other automata were still charging forwards, heedless of the fire they ran into. A ragged wave of shots rose from the few warriors who had survived the plasma storm. Energized blades snapped out from the automata's forearms as they struck. The silence was
Yeah, the Mechanicum's voice in this, or the weird binary cant in Mechanicum's game, are like the best ones.
Well, I think is like when they use their like real voice, like their real organic voice, this is what it sounds like. But when like they use their binaric voice, sounds like that. I think that those two could like fit up to each other.
Stepped off his pillar, and the thrusters built into his frame caught his descent. He floated down, crimson and white robes billowing around him. When he touched the floor, he could still sense the heat from the plasma. He looked down at the heap of armor and flesh at his feet, and then looked up at the eyes of the Magi on their pillars.
Make the final preparations. Horus will be coming.
He saw something amongst the blackened slurry and pulled it free with the claw of a mechadendrite. A scrap of a banner, woven with gold, hung from the metal tentacle.
He has no choice now.
The throne room was almost silent as Maloghurst approached his master. The banners and trophies hanging from
This
the
is a
high
pretty
ceiling
cool art
shifted
of,
with the vibration
shit.
of the vengeful spirit as it slid through the void. The War Master sat on his
I think that might be taken from Lord Inquisitor.
Worldbreaker, his eyes fixed on a distance only he could see. He had sat like that for the past 2.5 hours, thoughts wrapped in silence.
Thoughts?
Maloghurst
Question mark.
limped to the foot of the throne, his cane tapping on the floor. Horus gave
I just want to say that reminded me. There's a really him talking about him sitting there for 2 hours. In that new Trazyn book, the Necron guy, they're like it shows how Necrons have this like fucked up perception of time, where they don't understand how long things are. Like two of them are having an argument, and like one of them stops talking and takes 2 hours to just glare at him before replying and continuing the argument.
no sign of having sensed his adjutant's presence.
It's like the fucking Xavier Renegade Angel thing, where they don't want
And none of his actions were without
to break.
Maloghurst had learned both truths many times over.
Maloghurst is a real fucking freak.
Maloghurst bowed his head.
It's nasty.
And waited for a response. None came.
There is no word from your emissary to Myrmidax, Kadith, and Akazar Beta. It has been 10 hours now.
Horus's eyes shifted from one point of the starfield to another, but his face remained as though carved from stone.
My master, what is your will? Should the fleet begin bombardment of the outer system defenses? There is the possibility that other factions on Akazar Beta may return to our cause. Approached. They might even deal with the Myrmidax Kadith and his allies themselves, if motivated.
In the earliest days of the Crusade, the 17th Legion would send heralds to speak to those who would not accept my cause.
So cool.
They would go clad in black and with a skull as a mask.
They were infected with foolishness even then.
Yes, but they had a point too. Do you not think, Mal?
That a herald ill-received was likely to die.
Yeah, that's what I like love about even like post-heresy horrors is like he's not a retard. He like recognizes like legitimate.
always had a
Oh
flair
fuck!
for
I don't have the leader thing.
And what they carried in their wake.
Like he's like not a slave to chaos at this point, and he like realizes like old tactics that work and stuff. It's like, no, we're not gonna do this. We're gonna do this because it's the new way to do this. And like, he like considers other stuff. Yeah, whatever.
Wake.
Just go ahead.
The hypocrisy of the imperial truth. Memory serves.
Death, Mal. Death followed them whether the herald lived or died. Sometimes you need victory. And sometimes you need a symbol.
Horus raised his left hand. The blades of his fingers glinted as he stared at them.
Find Argonis.
My lord, I must caution against that. He is a wayward creature. He has atoned for his
Argonis
failures,
lives pretty far into the
and
siege,
a
I
broken
think, even.
ever be made truly whole.
I know you do not like him, Mal.
I don't remember what happens to him.
Amongst warriors.
I haven't read it, but
Blood
yeah.
runs with ruthlessness and defiance. But he also wishes to be accepted. Honored, even. I have need of
Oh, he's just he's Horus's new equerry because Malagos dies saving Horus's life after he gets stabbed by
No.
Wolfman.
Horus
Teen Wolf.
let his hand fall and shook his head slowly.
No. It will live forever.
Look at these shitty ships. Fuck off, man.
Running free.
This section is so cool.
Lupus wing launched and running free.
Galdron's strike fighter dropped into the void on the dark side of one of Akazar Beta's moons. Behind it, wings of gunships and bombers slid from the launch bays of the two cruisers which had carried them to the launch point.
All squadrons come into spear formation on my mark. Mark.
His fighter flicked around, and he felt the tug of G-force pull his flesh. He blinked, and a view from the tail of his Inceptor filled his helmet display. He could see thrusters flare as the 108 warcraft of his group hauled into a narrow arrowhead.
Looks very pretty, does it not? Like a poem of blood written in the night.
Get off this channel, Scarix.
You have no soul for this kind of murder, Custodian.
There is no such thing as a soul, you Nostraman charge.
Is that all the teeth the one-time lunar wolves now have?
Galdron ignored the question and cut the link. His eyes flicked to where a squadron of midnight-winged craft coasted at the edge of the group. Lightning bolts of inlaid silver crawled over their wings. He fancied for a second he could see the kill markings dotting their flanks.
They sent jackals to run with wolves.
His lip curled, and he blinked the rear view away.
I like how
The moon
fucking
was growing
aggressive
large in front of
Galdron
Its
sounds
surface
at all
was a black
times.
disc, edged by a thin crescent of red. Behind him, the
The
fast
part
cruisers
in
flipped
this
over
where
and
they
began
launch
their
the
burn back to the system's edge.
vortex torpedo at the ship is so cool, like
Directional control
because those rip a hole open into the warp to destroy ships.
Galdron cut his main engine.
I like when his
Inside
ship
his
gets
helm, runes blipped
spoilers
between colours
destroyed.
as his strike
That's like
fighter
where you're
became
like,
nine
well,
visible.
written.
Proximity warnings chimed in the quiet of his helm as the asteroid drift swallowed his strike fighter. A vast chunk of grey rock and ice spun past him. He let his mind fall into a slow pattern of anticipation and action. Hours of this dance lay ahead. Argonis waited, head bowed as the doors of the throne room sealed. Behind him, he was aware of the lingering presence of Maloghurst standing in the shadows. Around him, the emptiness echoed. Only minutes before, it had been filled with captains, shipmasters, and commanders of every part of the War Master's forces. Now, it was as though they had never been.
You are wondering why I summoned you, Argonis.
Horus turned from a viewport, through which he had been watching the blackness and stars beyond. The starlight was weak, and gave more shadows to his face than illumination. The beast pelt draped across his shoulders seemed marked by frost, and the gold and black of his armor was a sketch in the gloom. The War Master's right hand seemed to be holding something small, and so black that the light did not touch it. He reached out and dropped the small dark shape onto the top of a pillar set before the viewport. It looked like a red pearl. Whatever it was, it hit the black iron of the pillar's top with a deep note that hung in the air. Argonis tasted blood on his lips.
Oh, you love
and
this
for a
shit,
moment
dude.
he wanted to shout for rage at the turn of fate which had led him to where he was standing and what he was. Then his eyes moved from the red pearl, and both feeling and taste vanished. Horus was looking at him, eyes dark and unblinking.
Great events are only...
Just the idea of like being in the same room as like the artifact that contains Doombreed just makes you go like fucking crazy. Like you feel blood in your mouth, you want to murder, your like mind goes fucking crazy and just can only think of murder. It's so cool.
Great because they are witnessed. And today, Argonis, I have chosen you as my witness.
By your will, my lord.
So meek? I remember you with more fire in your spit, Argonis. Or did your penance rob you of that quality?
I will never fail you again, lord.
No, you will not.
The shadows seemed to crawl across Horus's face for an instant. Argonis felt his muscles and gut tense, as though for a blow.
But you served me well at Talon, and you will do so again on other worlds. All the way from here to the gates of Terra.
You honor me, lord.
Honor? No. I do not honor you, Argonis. I use you. You are a weapon, and a valuable one. But a weapon nonetheless. And weapons are only as useful as what they can help destroy.
Argonis remained silent. The light of warships came into view beyond the viewport. Farther out, dozens of other vessels were already burning hard to reach their positions.
You have questions as to this campaign. I could see them on your face during the War Council.
I know your orders. I have nothing that requires an answer, my lord.
But you still would like answers, would you not? Questions are like that. They make one unsatisfied until they are replaced by fact. Come, ask what you will.
Why did you send an emissary to Akasar Beta? The scout and intelligence reports were already clear that Myrmidax Kadith and his magi would not comply. Why make the demand of fealty at all?
Because I needed a reason for ships to enter the system and then seem to leave. Because I had to give Myrmidax Kadith something to focus on while other wheels turned around him.
The emissary was never going to succeed or survive.
As I said, Argonis, weapons are only as useful as what they can help destroy.
This is also, I mean, like kind of an amazing callback to like how Haster Serjanus was like his emissary at the time, and he was like his favorite son in a way. Like he loved him more than any other like Marine, and he like was like him dying and like his sacrifices like completely broken him, and he like kind of led him down to this dark path, and like this just shows you how far he's fallen, that he like made this like whole thing of like sacrificing emissaries just a routine thing. Like he does it to every fucking like to like almost every planet he does it to, and like just how like even that he like one of the few things that he holded like dear and like was fucking like pure to him is like completely twisted it and made it like evil.
Troy. Horus smiled for the first time. Argonis felt ice run down his spine. The War Master placed his hand on Argonis' shoulder and gestured to the dark before the throne. Cones of hololithic light unfolded in the air.
My eyes.
Maps of a star system, battle-picked feeds, and tactical projections spun into being in front of Argonis' eyes.
Come, my son. Watch and listen.
Myrmidax Cadith sat alone in the Forge Temple. Not that he was ever truly alone. A web of noospheric data connected him to each of the other Lords Magos who were scattered across the planet's surface, and through them to every machine and subsystem controlled by them. He also maintained Vox and data links to the seneschals of each of the 3 night houses who came
Seneschal? Dragon's Dogma
through
reference,
this
bros?
lattice of interface. He commanded rings of defense platforms and system defense craft spread between Akazar Beta and its 3 moons. On the surface, hundreds of knights, thousands of automata, and millions of Skitarii moved to his will. To another being, it might have seemed as though he wielded the power of a god. But Cadith had been born on Mars and seen the true majesty of what knowledge and machine could encompass. He was still just a component, no matter how high he sat in the hierarchy of the Mechanicum, and his function in the situation that faced him was as a creator of destruction.
Ships detected approaching from system edge.
Confirm formation strength.
Estimate from full data spectrum, 67 battle-configured vessels.
Recalculate and compare against previous long-range sensor information and marginal strength estimates.
80.25% probability that approaching enemy force are not complete enemy strength. Truth is the machines. The machine is truth.
Cadith contemplated the calculation. The orbital defenses were already prepared. The system ships held close to the planet to counter Horus's forces if they broke through. The balance of probability was that the assault would fail. Akazar Beta was not a forge world, but for the purposes of facing down an invader, it was perhaps an even harder prospect for conquest. It was a Mechanicum staging world, a grand warehouse for materiel destined for other parts of the Imperium. It had more military resource than most star clusters, and its defenses were enough to turn back a crusade fleet. With it readied for battle, Cadith had the statistical advantage. He just needed to ensure that he missed no relevant factors.
All surface units. Potential enemy planetfall within 205 minutes. Probability margin 29.75%.
What do you see?
Argonis.
I really like those little lines there. Like, over the radio, the Marine breaching party just giving little updates as to what's happening. It makes it feel so much more life in the scene.
Yeah, the audio design, like audio directing on these is like world class, top notch.
Flickered at the heart of the hollow projections. Beside it was the pict feed from the nose of a dropship as it slid from a launch bay into the void. It changed even as he focused on it, skipping to the view within a gunnery chamber, then to a magnified view of one of the planet's moons.
I see. I'm not sure.
Yes. It is a lot to take in.
I don't like these like green like fucking illustrations, because the cool part of this is like Horus like kind of like going off, and then like you put it into your like mind, kind of, and like you imagine like his fucking like then this happens and this happens and this happens, like it like mixes you up.
These things are like designed for people who can't picture stuff in their brain. They don't have like a mind's eye.
Yeah.
The temptation is to pull out, to sort it into neat levels of importance. But that is a mistake. Look again.
I see.
What you are looking at is the beginning of a spiral of cause and effect.
Horus gestured, and an image of the space around Akazar Beta grew in size before them.
Also, yeah, just really quickly, like the contrast of like the type of war that he's bringing to the galaxy as well. Like the Mechanicus guy is just everything is so perfect, so regimented. Everything has a plan. Everything has a backup plan. But then it's like, okay, what if I land a demon on the planet?
Yeah.
And it's just it's over.
Well,
No,
yeah,
you
that's
can't.
still, yeah, well, whatever of the story, yeah, it's just like, fucking, yeah, the logic and everything, and like, no, the opposite of that is like, of all your, like, all your logic, all your
cut through the drifts.
attempt to try to categorize the universe into these, like, numbers and stuff, and, like, solve everything is like, no, there's just a fucking demon, and there's, like, no explanation for it. It's literal chaos.
Within the enclosure formed by the drifts of mines, more space stations turned above the surface of the planet. Squadrons of system defense ships held position around the stations.
Formidable, is it not? And from a certain point of view, impossible to take without a long siege and the loss of vast resources.
Not to you, my lord.
True. But that is not what you want to say, is it?
Why?
I don't like this picture.
The right question, but still not what you wanted to say. Go on, my son. Ask.
That's I fucking love that line, cause like, it's nothing like no other actor would put that in, like, Horus, the evil war master. It's like, it does sound like just like an angry like general who's like trying to like make him understand what he like wants him to see, and it's so cool.
The right question, but still not what you wanted to say. Go on, my son. Ask.
How can it be done, Lord?
Horus nodded, pride bright in his eyes, though if it were for his son or himself, was not clear.
Let me show you.
A gesture, and the hololiths reconfigured. The clatter of data transmissions and the rasping voice of intercepted communications boomed out from hidden box speakers. Above them, a sphere of projected light filled the dark. Red lines painted moons, cold blues the planet, and pinpricks of light, the position of ships and defenses.
Their defenses are ready. Thanks to my emissary, they know we are coming. Myrmidax Kadith commands them, and he is a priest of war in the cult of the Machine God. He is experienced, intelligent, and ruthless. He does not make mistakes. In this battle, he stands on the other side of these events. And what is about to happen exists between him and me alone. If destruction is a child, we are its parents.
The ship trembled beneath Argonis' feet. On the projection, he saw a swarm of green ship runes thrust towards an opening in a cloud of red defense markers.
Enemy defenses arming.
A sheet of imagery opened beside the battle projection. Weapon platforms loomed above Argonis and the War Master. Gun barrels the size of titans pivoted to find their targets. Missile batteries unfolded like seed pods.
Their outer defenses see the bulk of our fleet coming fast at the Sunday Channel.
Enemy defenses are ready to fire.
The image of the defense guns flickered. Weapon barrels glowed red, then yellow, then white. Gas vented from cooling towers. Horus was watching it all, his eyes bright.
And a chain of simple consequence begins.
Enemy defenses firing.
The image of the turrets blanked to white, then vanished. Another took its place. Argonis saw a lattice of light reaching across the dark towards the ships strung out before it. Shields for...
I wanna put in strike and fade, but like that's nowhere on YouTube, and that fucking mega link I can't find for it.
I have strike and fade. I could try and I can't upload it now, but maybe tomorrow. I could upload all of those short ones that we got from Berserker Cody, the Berserker Cody.
Gas and fire bled into the black. The fleet fired back. Macro cannon rounds slammed into weapon platforms and tore them to fragments. Turbo lasers sliced through defense ships as they thrust forwards. Spheres of wreckage and fire bubbled across the void.
But the most important reaction begins within the enemy's mind.
On the battle projection, the markers of ships and defenses began to flicker. Data spiraled around the dead and the dying. Markers and runes blinked out.
As the first shots are fired, a spiral of questions begins to form in Myrmidak's cadet's mind.
Horus stepped closer to the hollow, eyes fixed on the battle projection. The display zoomed closer.
Zoom,
the markers
zoom,
of ships
boom, boom.
became projections of their hulls, all wrapped with tactical data. The view closed, sweeping past the fleet and down the channel in the defenses.
Cadeth begins with the obvious question. What is really happening?
The view spun, and now they were looking from behind the red lattice of the defenses. The second channel lay to their right, the glitter of the unfolding engagement to their left. Above, one of Akazar Beta's moons rolled through its orbit.
He looks further.
The view dived down the open channel, the images of star forts and defense ships blinking past.
He looks deeper.
The sheet of empty space
Deeper.
opened before them. Argonis had the sensation of floating, even though he was standing still.
And he finds an answer.
Secondary fleet entering enemy sensor range.
This fucking slideshow takes away a lot from this.
One, then another, and another, until the
This whole thing is
second
like
fleet filled
is
the
cool
space.
because it taps
They
into
fired
like a
as
very
they came
fundamental
up.
thing
Defenses
of
around the second channel began to blink
not just
out.
military related like fiction, but also just genuine military thought of how like two opposing commanders, especially when they're two very good opposing commanders, are basically like mentally linked across the battlefield. They know each other so well.
Yeah, I like how Horus is like, Myrmidak's cadet is like, I respect him for like his resilience and stuff, but like he's also so fucking annoying. I'm just gonna send a demon to fucking crunch his fucking fucked up body into pieces and like eat his soul.
The first of the War Master's fleets was almost in the mouth of the channel now. The guns of the Star Fortress guarding its throat began to speak. The explosions churned the vacuum. Values of damage and loss began to glow orange amongst the green ships.
What if there is more than brute firepower and the roar of guns to take account of?
The view spiraled through the fleet, flitting from ship to ship.
He knows that I am here.
The view found a single ship and locked onto it.
He knows that I will be anticipating him.
The projected image swelled into being before them. It was the vengeful spirit.
So he focuses on the first direction of attack and wonders what I am thinking and doing. But he is running out of time.
He's enjoying it so much.
The shapes of weapon platforms loomed large in the picked views. The fire grew, white and orange, beating against Argonis' eyes.
So a choice becomes a necessity.
Enemy reserve fleet moving from high orbit to Sunward Channel.
The view snapped to dozens of ships breaking from their position above the planet. They shot towards the engagement in the mouth of the Sunward Channel.
And now true battle is joined.
Orange and red blurred the projection, faster even than Argonis' eyes or mind could follow. Ships fired and dissolved in hollow smoke as they died. The deck was vibrating beneath his feet, and he could hear the vengeful spirit adding her voice to the roar of battle.
Taking direct fire. Void shields are holding.
Sparks fell from the ceiling above. The images of battle were a blur of movement, and the blink of
Something I
thousands
like
dying
about
in the gap between
the Vengeful Spirit is in 40k, it's like, you'd think they'd try and do a thing where it's like, oh, the Vengeful Spirit, but the Macrag's Hondo's back too, as Gilliman's flagship. But even Gilliman says, like, there's no way the Macrag's Honor could stand up to the Vengeful Spirit in like a 1-to-1 fight.
No,
it would fucking
fucking Horus was the Emperor's favorite son. It's the biggest fucking. It's the biggest.
Also,
shit.
it's only gotten more powerful since the the warp and everything. Like it's a living thing.
Kadith is good. He has stopped
It's
thinking
literally
about
the Vengeful Spirit. It would be interesting if like it was like something like, oh yeah, it's called the Vengeful Spirit, whatever. It's literally like the spirit of Horus is somehow not himself as a whole, like his soul, but like maybe part of his soul or something. It's just like became the part of the ship, and he is the Vengeful Spirit or something. I don't know.
I was like thinking more of like it is the spirit of the heresy itself, just still alive, rampaging through the galaxy.
Yeah.
And so he focuses.
Because like Sanguinius is like part of his spirit is on the ship still, and it's like we talked about it before, but like it just like manifests as like these crystalline statues throughout the ship, and like they're like fucking like the Chaos Space Marines are like scared the shit out of it, and they like get like they like bet on who can like shoot it and stuff, and like make bets like, oh, like who has enough courage to like shoot it or whatever. But they like even if like they destroy it, it just reappears on the ship eventually, like in different like random places.
Beyond the reality of the battle, but he has already made 2 mistakes.
Main fleet entering
Tony Soprano.
range of enemy Star Fortress.
From the moment he began to ask his first question, he lost the initiative. He and all his forces are reacting to what I do. He knows this failure, though he does not realize it is not his first error, but his
Hey, I
second.
hate this picture.
The vast star fortress at the inner gate of the defenses began to shed motes of red light.
But he can still undo the damage.
A cloud of sparks spilled towards their fleet, and Argonis realized that each one was an assault craft.
Kadith is a warrior of point and edge as much as calculation.
The cloud of assault craft swarmed over the green-marked ships as they tried to turn.
Oh, I think I quit out of the thing.
Fuck.
It's literally here. Oh, I think I quit out of the.
Is it still on your stream?
Oh wait, but then oh yeah, I'm stupid because I wouldn't have to go to. Yeah, there you go. The stream is up. It's just I quit out of it. How do I enlarge it?
Oh, Saitu's back.
Yeah, it's been back.
And
this face. What the fuck was that face?
That each one.
Yeah, I wanted to pause on that.
Ships fired and dissolved in hollow smoke as formed over the green-marked ships as they tried to turn.
He knows that even Legion forces can be channeled.
Dozens of separate picked images sprung into being. Warriors in sea green armor ran down a corridor, even as one of the walls exploded.
This art of the Santa Force
Blank-faced figures of chrome and brass broke through the
I
flames.
love because it's like still like
they can be battered down.
It's still like
The face
little
of a
wolves, but
warrior
it has
rose
the
through the projector.
Fucking
Blood
top knot
streaked the
thing.
front of his helm. A tear ran from
This is
shattered
just like some
eyepiece to
punk
jaw.
from the
They can be
80s.
bloodied to the point that the tide of control turns.
The warrior roared his defiance and raised a sword an instant before a beam of energy blasted him to ash. The lesser hololiths collapsed. The ship was shuddering around Argonis, and he could feel her take damage. The main projection of the battle was alone now, turning in silence. The 2 green fleets were bright with damage data, The red of the defenses seemed clamped around the fleets like jaws, chewing them, grinding them to fire and dust.
Kadith is winning. But then...
Canteen, I have you at like 200% that I can barely hear
The sphere of
you.
Damn.
When Kadith saw our forces, he began to question what was real and what was a feint. What had I anticipated? What was I doing?
Horus stepped amongst the turning image. Projections of ships and star fortresses scanned across his features.
That is the problem with questions. If you receive an answer, the mind tends to think that there is nothing more.
Argonis followed the War Master's gaze and looked at the projection of the moon, in time to see 100 tiny green markers flash into being.
It
focuses on that like torrent site where we got the audiobooks from taken down.
Recheck.
Weapons free. All squadrons
I
full burn.
posted a
Galdron ignited his main engine as he came
like
out
a
of the
mega
shadow.
link in
His
the
muscles slammed against
Discord
the
that
armor
had
as
all
the
the other
engines
things.
It's still up.
Between Akazar Beta and its moon, sparkled with detonations and weapons fire. Clouds of burning gas marked the largest ships. As he watched, an explosion shattered into being close to the planet.
Nova shell detonation.
It was peaceful in a way, distant, separate. Targeting warnings filled his ears.
They see us! All wings, launch torpedoes!
Torpedoes cut past him as the bombers loosed their payloads. His strike fighter shook as it burned to keep pace with them. Behind him, the bombers were peeling away, braking for the open void, their work done. Locked into the targeting spirit of each torpedo was a specific component of the planet's defenses. Layers of redundancy were built into the targeting and launch pattern. Even if the defenders shot half of them out of the void, the remainder would be enough. More than enough. And Galdron had no intention of letting the defenders do even that much damage. Explosions burst close by, their fire stealing the dark of the void. He saw a glitter as squadrons of enemy fighters launched to meet them. He opened the Vox to Scarix and gave his order.
Nostramen, your time is now.
Yes, the War Master wills.
Scarix's wing dropped and thrust forwards, engines running raw and white. The lead Night Lord's craft was strike fighters, all engine power and weapon payload. Behind them were the gunships, their guts heavy with squads of midnight-clad warriors. Their purpose was not precision or domination. It was anarchy and terror. In the old murdered age of the Great Crusade, they had a reputation that followed them like a muttered curse. Now, in this new war, their skill had earned them a place at the War Master's side. Galdron cut the broad Vox pickup an instant before it began to scream. Static and corrosive code flooded into the signal manifold as Scarix's wing shrieked towards their prey. All order vanished as each squadron chose its target and bore down on it. Galdron watched as the defenders' craft split to meet the Night Lords. Turrets on ships and platforms turned and hammered the blackness with threads of cannon fire. The Night Lords spun through the fire, bombs and rockets scattering for them as they skimmed the skins of warships. Gunships landed in wounds, blasted in cliffs of armor plating, and the murder terror squads poured in. Screams filled Galdron's ears as the Night Lords channeled the sounds of slaughter across the Vox net. He switched frequencies.
Sorry to think that the
Scarix's
Night
delight
Lords
in
are
slaughter was
sickos.
wasteful, but was serving its purpose. All but a
Kinda-
few elements of
kinda
defense
nasty,
had
wasn't
switched to
it?
countering the Night Lord onslaught.
I never liked
Galdron
them
and the
that
rest of
much.
his flight were free, and
Oh,
the
the
torpedoes they
whatever
guarded were
fixes
running
them.
true to their targets. They just had a
Okay.
little farther to go.
They're kind
Incoming
of cool
fighters.
sometimes.
All squadrons engage!
His helm was suddenly a swarm of threat markers and target runes. A warning rang in his ears, and he spun sidewise an instant before las fire tore through the space where he'd been. A quad-winged craft of chrome and crimson screamed by, tumbling as it skidded past. Galdron's hands moved before the impulse to kill reached his awareness. His las cannons fired once, and the red and chrome craft became a splash of fire. He glanced at his auspex. Lines and runes tangled across the screen. Secondary data pulsed in his helmet display. He assimilated it all in a heartbeat. The torpedoes were running ahead, rockets burning brighter as they sped through the last seconds of their lives. But even as he watched, a squall of fire reached out from a weapon platform
I just don't look
and touched one of the warheads.
Yeah, this part
There was
is
a brief,
fucking
agonizing jump in
metal.
time. Then reality shrieked. A hole opened in space darker than the void. The sheet of stars and light spun around it. Galdron's eyes clamped shut an instant later. His hearts were racing, head spinning, throat and mouth filled with a taste of acid and blood. Sound drained from his ears. He was floating, feeling the tug and kick of the interceptor as it corkscrewed on. And at the back of his thoughts, he could hear voices shouting, pleading, crying. His eyes snapped open. A hole in existence roared in the void where the torpedo had detonated. Beside it, the light of battle
I'm just
seemed
gonna make a
dim,
new
almost
fucking mega
serene in
account
its
then.
fury.
Fucking
He pulled his eyes
cocksucking
to his senses.
fat cunt
The remaining vortex torpedoes
thing.com.
were still loose and alive, but not for long.
Welcome to the good
Battery
life.
fire poured out from starports and ships as the defenders realized what they were facing. Every enemy craft pulled out of their engagements and bore down on the remaining torpedoes.
All squadrons, pull in!
He was spinning and firing without thinking now. The machine spirit of his strike fighter began to count down the distance until the torpedoes impacted.
500.
The sound of his strike fighter's targeting system filled his ears, counting down the distance.
400.
A fighter exploded in front of him. Debris rang against his canopy as he thrust through the fire cloud. Canopy as he and suddenly he was rolling over and over, stars and gunfire blurred across his eyes.
200.
A fuel line exploded, and he felt his tail and wings shear off. The sensor data was still clear in his eyes.
100.
The last thing Galdron saw was a frozen image of stars washed with a fire of dying warships and spinning fighters. Then the first torpedo struck the largest star fort and detonated.
Honestly, pretty cool way to go.
Yeah, launching hell torpedoes at a space station.
Argonis stared at the battle projection. Where the enemy defenses had been, there was a wound. The War Master's twin fleets were through the channels, and the defenses were blinking out one by one. Horus turned his gaze from the projection to Argonis.
Do you see now?
How many vortex torpedoes did those...
16. 13 struck their targets.
Galdron's wings.
His brain is a
the fighter
computer like
craft and
Gilliman's.
gunships.
You know war, Argonis, and you know what is required to do what others claim is impossible.
Sacrifice.
Correct.
But he has ambition.
Only a beginning.
One sec, I need to piss so bad. I'll be back in just a second.
Let's pause it then.
Orbital defense sphere.
Wait, how do I? Yeah, there you go. Party rock is in the house tonight. Anybody got a good time? You gonna fucking lose your mind. Oh, why is my showing my phone number on, you know, an email address? Thank you, Mega Upload. Thank you, King.com, for showing my email address on stream. I love doing that. How do you... I love this Windows feature where like you bring a tab like a window way too down, and then there's like no real way to like bring it up back up. It's very cool. I guess there must be a way to do it. It's maximize. There you go. Okay, which window can I put this on that like is not seen by the stream? Huh?
Hello.
What's up?
I'm back.
Yeah, you're back. Should I start it?
Yeah.
Orbital defense sphere collapse. Enemy void domination estimated at 98.87%. The machine is the summation of understanding.
Cadith listened to the words, but he already knew the truth. The cogitated assessment was just the final confirmation.
All surface units prepare for global enemy planetfall.
Even as he finished, he heard the temple structure begin to shake as the batteries on its roof and spires began to hammer the sky. The lights of the cogitator stacks dimmed as power surged to keep the void shields in place.
Is
and all across the planet, machines would be striding out to do war beneath the dome of the burning sky. The doors of the forges would be opening to pour thousands of tech thralls onto the rad planes. The knights would be walking, and the blessed ordinatus would be rolling from caverns beneath the surface.
Project the likely outcome of ground warfare. Single most probable outcome.
Cogitating.
Cadith waited. He knew the answer. His biological and mechanical components were capable of tactical calculations to the 50th order of complexity. But information of a higher fidelity was a blessing of the Omnissiah, and so he waited while the temple systems confirmed his doom.
Cogitation complete. Most probable outcome of ground warfare. Defeat following prolonged conflict. Duration 2 to 6 months. Enemy forces degraded by 70.87% by close of conflict.
This is very
Rejection
funny.
has a probability
Knowing the ending of this.
71.43%. The loss of knowledge is true sorrow.
They weren't very hard
Cadith
with
was
this
silent
one.
for a second. It was as he had calculated, though his own probabilities ran slightly higher, and the time it would take Horus to subdue the planet slightly longer. He wondered, as he had before, if that was the influence of the meat of his brain leaching into his logic. No matter, the next step he had to take was the same. He had to make the War Master pay as high a cost as possible for taking his word.
Technology manifold activate.
He spoke the words as he stepped from the top of his pillar. The suspensors built into his body caught him as he began to fall, and he floated down to the floor. Automata marched from the shadow of pillars and unfolded from niches in the walls. His myrmidons came with them, robes swirling after them as they stalked forwards. They fell in around him, their ranks forming perfect diamonds, squares, and circles. The buzz of their charging weapons hummed beside the clatter of code commands. Before them, the doors of the temple began to grind.
Turn my tolerance up, because...
Man. No, now I have to turn up quiet.
Huh? Oh, I was just being a little quiet.
Yeah, sorry, just like I want you to be in a participant of the stream, but then I feel bad if it's
the War Master looked down on the world. Fire bubbled across its face, crawling in pinprick detonations beneath a shroud of smoke. Space above it crowded with ships and the glowing dots of descending landers and drop pods.
I like this art.
The vengeful spirits.
Yeah, I was about to say this is pretty cool art. Even though I imagine Myrmidon scattered. Myrmidon scattered as the guy, not the planet. Is it?
Yeah, the Akazar Beta is the planet.
Akazar Beta, yeah, I imagine it like more like a fucking just shitty desert.
Unfolding destruction like an enthroned queen. Her guns spoke without cease. The flash of their firing blinked across Horus's face.
Almost, but not enough. Not yet.
My lord?
Horus turned his face from the viewport.
I don't like this
The
art.
battle
Makes him
projections
look
hung
too
in the air
old.
behind them, muted and unnoticed now. Their glimpses of battle discarded.
I will go to the surface. You will accompany me, Argonis.
Argonis swallowed and found his throat dry. The War Master was staring at him, his eyes holes in an unmoving face. Shadows and silence had crept over him as the battle had progressed and the first forces had landed on the surface. Horus had watched and listened to a feed of the first drop pod land. The sound of the first shots had rung through the throne room, booming and echoing like a gong struck in an empty temple. The blood of the first to die had flicked through the hollow light, bright and clear. Horus had watched it all, but then turned away and gone to the viewport and said not a word. And beside him, Argonis had felt as though something was growing around and beyond him.
Shit.
Something he could not see, but could sense. As though he was feeling heat bleed from behind a furnace door.
I commanded you to speak your thoughts.
The battle has only just begun, and you have already said that you will not lead a spear strike against the Defender's command. If that is so, then why did...
I wonder what he's gonna do.
World to kill its rulers. I am going down to destroy it utterly.
Argonis turned at the buzz of active armor. Figures in black stood around them as though they had stepped from the dark.
That's
He
Malaghurst.
saw Malaghurst amongst
Oh,
them, his twisted frame seeming small beside the just staring Terminators. Horus did not look at them, but reached out and picked up the red pearl which had lain on its iron dais since Argonis had entered the chamber. The light around it curdled, and it flickered, its size and
I
shape
love
for a
the
moment impossible to
description of this so
process.
much.
Horus closed his fingers around it and strode towards the throne room's doors.
Just the idea of like this artifact relating to like the corn or whatever that contains like one of his most powerful demons is just like, even being around it just turns you into like this unimaginable, like undescribable, like a rage against nothing that you can't describe. It doesn't even have a goal or like a person it's directed at or like a thing. It's just like it drives you fucking crazy.
Follow.
Myrmidax Kadith stepped from his temple into a burning world. The sky above was a dome of grey, streaked with fire. Black smoke hid the distance. Void shields crackled and snapped above the spires of data shrines and bastions. 2.5 kilometers away, 12 knights of the House of Kratogen stood atop the ruins of a bastion wall. Their
I'm gonna be
guns fired
sewing
without
all
cease,
over this.
the spirits of their machines calling out as their power drained. 5,050 kilometers to the west, 3,000 Skitari met the first wave of enemy with a wall of perfectly timed fire. On the other side of the planet, Magos Hekot Sol sent a last command to his forge reactors as he died.
Oh fuck, they deleted the
Swallowed
whole
thousands
mega
of
of
attackers
it, the
in an instant. Kadith knew all this, and
with
knew
the
that his
hundreds
own
of
battle
like
would
audio dramas and books.
Positions.
Kadith's personal cohort locked into formation, fields of fire overlapping many times over. Above them, the canopy of void shields glittered in layers. Defense lasers spat at targets beyond sight. Horus would come for him. That was the way of the War Master, a trait which echoed through the records of his battles in the Great Crusade.
Or is it ebooks? I mean, ebooks is just text.
And so end a battle. Kadith would die. But that did not and would pass down the hierarchy of control.
Is it the one
and
that's
the next
pinned?
Sheen God on Akazar.
Yes.
Horus was going to have to take every inch of the planet by blood. And flesh was weaker than iron.
Ebooks. Yeah, only the ebooks survive.
Stormbird howled as it cut through the Akazar Beta's atmosphere. 5 interceptors peeled away.
Why am I looking at this shit?
gunships dropped faster, their guns rotating to lace the ruins around a circle of open ground. Their hatches slid open. Armored figures leapt into the air, jump packs igniting as they fell. They landed in the ruins an instant before the gunship stopped firing. Creatures clinging to life in the ruins died. The Stormbird banked and rocked in the air, hanging on the downdraft of its thrusters. Skins of energy crackled around it as the wind blew cinders into its void shields. Within its compartment, Argonis checked.
I just wanted to download Strike and Fade fast because it's a short one, but I can't.
His weapons for a last time. Horus
Stood down and upload it to this.
World breaker in one hand, the talon blades of the other wrapped around the red pearl. From this close, the presence of the War Master and Pearl were like a hammer beating against the inside of Argonis' skull. His muscles were vibrating, and he had to swallow the urge to howl. He willed the hatch to open so that he could see the burning land beyond and feel the blood on his hands.
Steady, my sons.
Just gonna stop
Horus
after.
spoke as though hearing Argonis' thoughts, and spared a glance behind him as the Stormbird dropped lower. The hatch began to open. Light reached in through the broadening crack, and then a vista of iron spires and glowing fires filled Argonis' eyes. The Stormbird settled to the ground. Dust billowed into the air. Horus paused for an instant, and then stepped down the ramp and onto the surface of Akazar Beta. The Justerin charged out and encircled the Stormbird. Argonis followed them. It was almost silent, the sounds of battle distant. No gunfire reached from the ruins, and no enemy charged to greet them. Argonis checked his stride.
Where is the enemy, Lord?
The nearest living enemy is 20 kilometers away. This location holds no strategic importance. It is insignificant in every way.
The War Master extended his taloned hand out in front of him. Red light pulsed between the blades. The air began to spiral. Argonis shivered. Beside him, the Justerin stepped back, turning to look around them, weapons searching for targets. Ghost voices rose on the wind. Argonis felt liquid on his lips, tasted iron on his tongue. Ashes and dust were rising from the ground and spinning into the air in smears of black and red. The light of the distant explosions grew brighter. Shadows spread across the ground. Argonis felt weak, hunted. The voice of the wind beat down on him. He watched as the Justerin twitched as their muscles spasmed. Only the War Master remained still. Red light was crawling from between his fingers and reaching into the air. His face was an impression pressed into shadow.
Come from the dark, Doombreed. I call you to my side. I give you
Genghis Khan.
Yeah.
Take it from my hand.
Horus opened his hand, and the red pearl fell. Stillness rushed inwards. High above, the light of orbital battles shone brighter than the red of distant fires swallowed other colors. Shadows became smoke. A reek of burning sugar and raw meat flooded Argonis' mouth. A shape was rising from the ground before him, forming as it moved. Ash clotted into a vast hound's skull. Darkness folded into matted fur. The light of fires congealed into muscle.
Unnecessary, all this stupid shit.
Open jaws tilted upwards and roared at the sky.
Like, come on, man, you couldn't find a better picture.
It's just a picture of like the devil, like a red guy with horns.
Yeah. It's also like 240p.
Fire burned in the holes that were its eyes. Molten iron and blood dripped from its jaws and the head of its axe. Argonis could feel his muscles bunching and blood running from his eyes and mouth. Horus tilted his head and flicked a finger at the horizon.
Go and do my will.
The creature called Doombreed snarled, and it took to the air. ahead, spread across the sky, its sides flashing with red lightning. Argonis found he was stepping forwards, and that his hands were twitching on his bolter. He wanted to run after the winged creature, wanted to see the slaughter to come.
Come, Argonis.
Horus gripped Argonis' shoulder.
It is done. We must be gone from here.
And the War Master walked to his Stormbird as the first drops of red rain began to fall on the fires of Akazar Beta.
Order all our forces back to the fleet. There is nothing left here for those who would live.
Also, here's some pictures I found on Google.
Watched as the storm spread across the horizon. Thunder rattled the cables against his chrome skin. Worms of static were playing across the bodies of the automatons.
Oh shit, here comes the brutal shit.
By the majesty of the machine, you will process my command.
Static answered him. Above him, the void shield sparked and pulsed as a black rain began to fall. In the distance, the clouds were pulsing red. He could feel the links to those under his command vanishing just as the storm clouds blew closer. The world felt as though it was shrinking, its data erased. He reflected on the possibilities. An atmospheric weapon of some kind, possibly combined with a rare variety of data phase.
Yeah, like this part is like how he's trying to rationalize it. Like, oh, it's some sort of better weapon. It's something.
The bolt of lightning struck the void shield above. The world flashed white as a layer of shield collapsed. The storm was on them now, racing across the sky to swallow the daylight. He and his cohorts were alone in the gloom. Another lightning bolt struck the void shields, and then another and another, like a hammer striking down from the sky. The domes of energy shattered. Kadith braced for weapons fire, for the scream of gunships, and the coming of the War Master. The rain continued to fall. The carapaces of the automata chimed as the drops struck. Kadith looked at the liquid running off them and across the ground. It was not black as he had first thought. It was red. Thick, wet, red. The figures came from the storm front in a rush. Kadith had seconds to catch sight of teeth and stretched bodies of flayed muscle as the howling tide broke. The automata and myrmidons fired. Bodies exploded into clouds of red slime. Plasma turned hides of brass into molten spray. Beams of light sliced through packs of skinless hounds. Kadith's senses were filled with static and distortion. But the horde kept coming. Red liquid coated the ground and every figure. The world was crimson and burning. To his right, a creature with spider legs and a torso of brass and muscle shrieked and charged towards a siege automaton. Flesh and machine met. Pistons rammed forwards, claws of bone shattered armor plates, corrupted data battered across Kadith's senses. Half his mind was trying to correlate the patterns of battle, trying to coordinate movement and fire. A figure plunged from the storm clouds. Fire roared from its mouth and smoke spilled from its wings. It landed before Kadith, the ground shattering beneath its hooves. It whirled as it rose, wings and axe and jaws scything through Kadith's.
The fucking guy fucked up the sound mixing on this.
Rounds rang off the creature's hide. Kadith took a step backwards, stabilized his frame, and aimed his weapon. The power built in the charge chambers as the creature loomed above him, blood and flame scattering from it as it took a slow step towards him. The charge in his weapons reached maximum. His eyes were a fog of static, but somehow he could still see the creature, as though he was not seeing it with his eyes. Its jaws lolled open. A dog smile, teeth, and hunger. Kadith fired, and the creature leapt forwards, its wings a canopy spread against the storm, its axe a red edge cutting down.
Shit. Oh. I don't know why the Sony Vegas thing came on. That is like some of the best like audio fucking design. Just like exactly what that thing would sound
and the
like.
creature leapt.
Disgusting fucking demons biting down on this like half machine, half fucking human like creature.
Forwards, its wings.
That's like in like desperation and like just doesn't want to die, and just so it's like almost comedic in a way. It's
A canopy spread against the storm, its axe a red edge cutting down. Storms swallowed the sphere of Akazar Beta. Argonis watched them spread across the planet as it turned beneath the vengeful spirit. It had only been an hour since the War Master had returned from the planet's surface, and in that time, the planet had changed. Red streaks ran through the clouds, growing brighter and broader. Vast webs of lightning branched across the storms, running on, and then suddenly fading. The light lingered in Argonis' eyes, and he thought that he heard a shriek of thunder, even though kilometers of vacuum separated him from the storms.
Beautiful, is it not? At least, after a fashion.
Horus stepped up to the viewport. Argonis felt his skin prickle. He did not want to look up from the dying world before him, though. He did not want to look at the War Master.
You asked a question when this began, my son. Do you still wish an answer?
Why are you doing this?
Because I can. Because I must.
And what do you wish me to do with that knowledge, my lord?
Horus turned from the viewport as lightning clawed the surface of the red.
Sorry to pause this, but like, there's too much stuff of him saying there because I must, because I have to do it, is is in a way like his character knows at this point, like he sees the future of the 40k universe, and it's like, this is my goal to do, and like he just like, yeah, I must do this. That's why I'm doing all this terrible fucking shit that I might even hate, which is pretty, I don't know, I like that interpretation.
Clouds.
I wish you to carry its truth with you.
And now, Desigus, Lord of the Gilded Worlds and Warden of the Aventian Gulf, you have heard my words, and must now choose what fate you wish for the world you guard.
It is not possible. It cannot be.
I am not here to convince you. I am here only to ask if you comply with the will of the War Master. What is your answer?
I agree to this dark compliance.
Well, I guess these are fun, so maybe you have to press play on this.
Strike and Fade by Guy Haley. Performed by Tim Trelaw, Ramon Tikaram, and Toby Longworth.
Oh, another really good audio drama you should listen to is called Honor to the Dead. It's about it's cut between an Ultramarine squad and a traitor Titan pilot during the Battle of Calf. About an hour long.
Right now?
No, it's just a recommendation.
How do I press
play on this again. There's no play button. I paused it, but there's no... Oh, there you go.
Where there had once been many sons of Nocturne, now there were only 4. Brother Jafar, grim Highfast, the young neophyte Gasol, and the ever-silent Donak. They crouched among the rocks above the trail. None knew the others well, and that they had come together at all amidst the turmoil of the massacre was as great a miracle as any.
What did it do?
Strike and Fade by Guy Haley. Performed by Tim Trelaw, Ramon Tikaram, and Toby Longworth. Where there had once been many sons of Nocturne, now there were only 4. Brother Jafar, grim Highfast, the young neophyte Gasol, and the ever-silent Donak. They crouched among the rocks above the trail. None knew the others well, and that they had come together at all amidst the turmoil of the massacre was as great a miracle as any. They spoke in whispers. They had not dared use the wider voxnet for days. Their voices barely carried above the wind, and Donak's repetitive sharpening of his combat blade. Gasol flexed his shoulders, stretching his numbed limbs.
When will they come?
Jafar quietened him with a raised hand.
Patience, neophyte.
And stay still. Your motion will betray us to the enemy.
Gasol's face reddened at Highfast's words.
I am sorry, masters.
Do not be sorry. This is not how your training should be. But you will be stronger for it.
The scout nodded. Highfast grunted bitterly.
If we live.
The old warrior had no patience with the youth. Whether that was his nature or merely anger at the recent atrocities they had witnessed, Jafar could not yet tell.
Brother, mind the spirit of the neophyte.
And what of our spirits? My dreams are tapestries of gross betrayal. Our brothers slaughtered by those they once called friend.
Just have a care for the lad.
Jafar sighted down his weapon to where their improvised explosives had been planted.
I worry more for Donak. He has not spoken at all since we found him. The flames of his eyes are low. The forges of his hearts have been quenched.
You see, there are things too great for even a space marine to bear. Tell me you are untouched by it.
Jafar spoke so quietly, his voice was barely audible.
I am not untouched, brother. My heart's ache. My mind cannot contain the enormity of the slaughter. My eyes are sore with sorrow.
He turned to Highfast.
But my rage outmatches it all. We 4 are of different companies within the Legion, granted. But all of us were born of the fire and fury. Our brotherhood is unshakable. There is succor for me in that and power. Let all the other legions turn upon the sons of Nocturne, for nothing can break the bonds between us. There will come a reckoning. That is what I say to any who doubt us.
Highfast nodded solemnly. When he spoke, he was calmer.
And that is why we follow you, brother.
All is not lost. That the traitors spend so much time scouring this particular area gives me hope. I do not believe that we are the last servants of the Emperor on Estvan 5.
And if we are...
Jafar shifted.
Then we will fight to the very end. Silence now. The Night Lords are coming.
They all held themselves as still as the rocks around them. They waited until the faint sound of engines reached their enhanced ears. Gasol looked up.
Do you hear that?
Micahs, do we withdraw?
Jafar shook his head.
Too late. Look.
A figure came around the curve in the track. He was clearly a legionary, but unarmored and with welts crisscrossing his pale flesh. He staggered towards the defile where the salamander's booby traps waited.
Now?
Gasol produced the detonator switch, but Jafar held up his hand urgently.
Wait! That is no traitor who runs before them.
The sound of bikes built to a roar as a figure in night blue armor veered around the mountainside. He rode the narrow, uneven path with breathtaking skill.
Having so much fun.
He chased the stumbling figure, lashing him with a cruel whip, harsh laughter grating from his stylized helmet orbiters.
The Night Lords are all being the corroder made them like a bit more.
Other bikers followed, the lightning marks on their battle plates sullied with dry blood. Hatred boiled up in Jafor's heart. He looked at Gasol. The scout's face was flush with excitement.
Wait for their captive to get clear.
The lone legionary was still within the blast zone, but the bikers were gaining on him. Any longer, and they too might escape the worst of it. Jafor felt his guts twist.
Now, Gasol, now!
It was a terrific explosion, the blast of multiple charges erupting out of the lengthening shadows. The leading Night Lord was hurled from the track like a rag doll, his bike plunging end over end down the steep mountainside. His followers skidded to a halt, frantically scanning through the clouds of obscuring dust to see who had attacked them. Jafor surged forwards, aiming for one traitor who had removed his helmet. He would pay dearly. A boiling jet of promethium from Jafor's flamer engulfed the warrior. He fell screaming from his mount, his burning flesh sloughing from his bones. The others spun their bikes and opened fire. Treachery had left their skills undimmed, and bolter shells tore up the rocky terrain. But Highfast and Donak fired with impunity from cover. One Night Lord raised a plasma pistol before a bolter shot took him in the chest, and he slumped over the handlebar. There were two of the traitors left. One gunned his engine as his comrade intensified his fire, rearing up onto the hillside. Fishtailing madly, he rode his bike up the incline towards Jafor. He brought a chainsword down at the salamander's head, but his bike slipped sideways on the scree-covered slope, and he reached out to stay his fall. His hand never touched the ground. A bolt exploded within the traitor's gauntlet, spraying ruined flesh and metal. As the warrior fell, Jafor looked to his left. Brother Donak strode forwards, his weapon held level in both hands. He advanced calmly on the fallen Night Lord, putting a single shot through his eye lens. The last traitor swung his bike around again to bring its twin bolters to bear, but Highfast brought him down, blowing out his chest plate along with the ribcage it shielded. The silence was sudden and horrifying. The air stank of propellant and murder. Jafor wrinkled his nose.
Well fought, brothers. By 1,000 pinpricks must we bleed them.
They died more easily than they deserved. Quickly now, young scout. Strike and fade. Let's strip the bodies.
Highfast went down to the dead, and Donak and Gasol followed him.
What have we told you, lad? Leave the gun. Take nutrient packs, ammunition.
Highfast stopped to put a bolt in the head of a traitor who stirred.
Night Lord's bolts fit a salamander's gun. A Night Lord's water bottle will quench a salamander's thirst.
It feels wrong.
These warriors were our cousins. They were raised up by the Emperor alongside us. Their cause has been our cause. Their lord, brother to our lord. But now we are opposed. They are the enemy, and we are the righteous.
Jafor did not hear his brother's words. He knelt beside the Night Lord's fallen captive, and his heart sank when he saw a fist-sized hole in the legionary's back. He rolled him over, seeing the emblem of the Raven Guard tattooed on his shoulder. The legionary's eyes fluttered. Jafor took him in his arms.
I have killed you, kinsman.
The Raven Guard's eyes focused.
No, brother. You have saved me. Do not weep.
I would weep for us all, my friend. Loyalist and traitor alike. To slay our own kind is no small thing, no matter the enormity of their crimes.
They are our own no longer. Darkness has overtaken them. Listen to me. You must fight on. Fight and survive.
And you survive with us.
The Raven Guard smiled and weakly shook his head. His eyes closed. Jafar stayed with him until the weak beating of his hearts had ceased. When his brothers approached, Jafar pointed to the mountain peaks high above the trail. He did not speak, for in that moment he did not trust the authority of his voice. As they made their way from the ambush, he went to one of the Night Lord's corpses. With his knife, he scratched the mark of his legion into the warrior's greave. The work was rapid but fine. A dragon's head of pure silver scores, roaring outrage against betrayal.
Let them see. Let them see that the shadows of Istvan harbor the flames of vengeance, and that those flames will burn them all.
Then he departed, following his brothers away from the traitor's inevitable pursuit.
And then they all died.
That was a good one.
Yeah. I think they do die, don't they? Like there's no follow-up on that story.
Yeah, also, like...
Yeah?
I'm not sure. I think only, like, maybe 100 salamanders make it off of this run, out of the entire Legion.
It's them. They did it.
I really need to go to bed now. I'm so tired.
I got dinner, so I'm gonna get that too.
Good night. I'm
Night,
gonna
Jojo.
keep
Night,
this
Canteen.
stream going. I'm just like I don't know what I'm gonna stream. Let me see. Deathwing has finished.
Streamed it all night.
I don't know if I wanna, cause it's like kind of like a claustrophobic, like weird. Also, maybe I should just like switch to Twitch for that. Yeah, I'm gonna end this stream and starting a new one.
Okay, I really need to go to bed now.
Good night.
Good night.
I want to be rude about it, Jesus. No.